For Sigmar.
Then please make sure that you are on push to talk if possible, Lenzabi, so your roommates do not
For
bleed through, because
Yes,
I don't exactly have permission for them to be on here, and also that could be loud noise.
this is true, especially since Skylar can be quite loud.
Okay, I need to. That was not where I wanted to go. I wanted to go because we're about to be live, and I would like the chat to be up.
And I need to move myself over to push to talk.
Probably not a bad idea. Especially if there's background noise.
Well, that and I've got a mechanical keyboard that tends to be kind of loud if I'm not careful, so if I'm making notes mid-session when someone else is talking, it's not going to clack, 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 clack.
Oh, hey Cammy, how are you? Cammy Ali Sinkuna-sen. $3 fate point, $4 GM point, $10 extra enemies, $50 for an extra boss. I'm probably going to go turn off the.
We will
the
also
small-
be implementing.
AC.
We'll also be discussing implementing 2 new rules with you guys at Moon tonight.
Oh?
Yes, because someone suggested that we allow the adding of allies.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that wouldn't be kind of nice, but not. I don't know.
And very limited in-fight wound recovery.
Yes. Yeah. Well, we're working on that with potions and shit. But yes, stuff like that. Heroic recovery, as provided by the limited amount of recovery provided by the crowd would be good. I would
Intervention of Shalia.
Yeah, I would respectfully suggest that we limit it in the same way that healing potions and healing is limited, like once per wound, effectively, and never the full amount of the wound. If that makes sense. Otherwise, it becomes people could throw money at us and we could do this all day. That would be my concern.
That is also my concern.
Yeah.
I like the allies in theory. My one thing that I'd say against the allies idea is that it could create weird things from a narrative roleplay perspective.
Oh yeah,
Correct.
Absolutely.
We have people to
They have to make all of these have to make sense within the scope of whatever is happening within the combat. That would be my caveat. Like, if we're someplace where there's no way anyone else could ever be, clearly an ally is probably not going to just show up out of the blue. It has to make sense. Same thing with the healing. Like if someone gets their arm removed and is bleeding out, I could see wound recovery stabilizing them. I can't see wound recovery bringing them back up on their feet and ready to keep going another round. It really would need to make sense within the scope of what's the context of what's going on. But in general, I'm not adverse
Stream
to
tip overload.
positive,
All hands, prepare for
additional
exploded
positive
broken
things that
Fiora
could be
in
done for us.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Detonation.
What
Well, I
is
have
coming
noticed
back
tonight
to?
was-
I just made food. What is this?
Tokens for Moon.
I have.
How the rest of the funds
Oh,
are
boy.
distributed. Have fun.
Adagio, you madman! Nicely done.
Well, fortunately, we probably shouldn't need fate points today.
No. He's giving them to Moon.
I know. But hopefully
Why?
they won't be needed at all today, hopefully. No, no, no. No, no, no. The remaining money was given to Moon to allocate as he sees fit, not 5 bosses. It was very specifically $100 in fate points. This is a very important thing, guys. You know, I
That
think
reminds me.
yeah.
I was just thinking once everyone is here and once the audience is in as well, which looking at it, we've already shown 12 people. So hello, everyone.
Hi.
We can also mention the plans for the new streams that we'll be testing out for the first time on Sunday.
Right. Okay. So the three amigos over here, which would be predominantly myself, Oscar, and Andre, or excuse me, uh, Doodle, Shiny, and Albion. For a second, I can't remember your guys' name the moment we go live. It's dumb. Um, we have decided to um, do additional streams as in characters, non-canonically in character stuff, but in character, as like playing Vermintide as our characters kind of stuff. That is on Sunday, and it's independent of whatever Fee's doing because we're just doing it for shits and giggles. You guys are welcome to drop in. And what was that you were gonna ask for? Oh yeah, we've got an empty slot in our for that. 4 players.
They are the three amigos.
Yeah, okay, so I jokingly said, "Oh, because there were like 3 days in a row, all 3 of us showed up to do stuff and just hang out." Or like, "Should we just start calling ourselves the 3 amigos?" Um, sorry,
I
Albion.
don't object to it.
I tend to get excited. I'm sorry.
No, you. By all means, I was sort of setting up for you to tell people about it because I know you're really enthusiastic about the idea. So
You know, I'm channeling my inner Thess. I'm enthusiastic about everything.
yeah, we'll see who can potentially fill the slot. Obviously, Sunday's Fee's day off, so she probably doesn't want to stream a game on that. But
I mean,
you know, we might have Rodlin with us. We could have Moon joining us as an NPC, possibly. We'll find out what the situation is.
Niaro playing Vermintide. The thought of Niaro playing Vermintide. I mean, we didn't want to presume Fee. Because I know that you normally have a game on that same day.
yeah.
And I have nothing going on Sunday, which is why I was like, yeah, we could do it Sunday.
It's usually
Saturdays. Go ahead.
It's usually just my day to be broken up from the world for a little bit.
Oh, go for it. By all means, let us not interrupt that. Everybody needs their me time. I'm perfectly fine
Yeah,
doing
absolutely.
this thing. I mean, Albion and I are fucking gremlin schemers over here. Like, oh, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do this. So
You definitely are a gremlin, and it seems like I've enabled another gremlin to meet you, and this is a problem for everyone else.
only
Well,
in the bestest of ways.
And at least this way, with me and Doodle flagshipping the playing games in character for this, it will give the people who like this show an additional outlet to experience those characters, and we'll be giving something else to the Fiora streaming community to enjoy.
Yeah,
That'll be
the
nice.
idea is we're doing it to bring stuff to you, Fee.
Okay.
You're welcome. The only reason I can get away with this right this second is because I don't believe she is currently less than 2 miles from my home. I think she's further away. She can't come over here and kick down my door.
Don't tempt me.
I'm safe. I'm on a different continent.
No,
That
you're
wouldn't
not.
save you.
No, you're not. My wife's on
Wait,
that
no, I'm not
continent.
safe, or no, I'm not on a different continent.
You're not safe.
I mean,
my wife's on the
you're
same. My wife's on the same island as you.
you're also not
Yeah.
safe. You're also not safe from me because I could afford to fly over there.
No, I've noticed Andre's being quite quiet.
Oh,
You all
Andres.
don't know where to find me.
Yeah, that's fair. But I know that I could find potentially. I don't know if I can find you. I'd probably just say, "Hey, meet me at a coffee shop for tea." Uh, but yeah, no, I wouldn't go over there unless I actually had more plans aside from pick on Albion.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I do have a couple. What did have a couple of friends over there. I have some family up in Ireland who I haven't spoken to in a while, actually. Should probably reach out to them. They kind of live in the middle of nowhere.
Probably for the best.
Huh. That's a nice area. I met some of the. I met from an American standpoint. I met the crazy Irish locals, and they were great. I
Mm.
actually had an ale I didn't hate
Hey, Doodle.
because was yeah. What? Hi.
I'm making an omelet. Flip's omelet. Now I'm making scrambled eggs.
First off, I dislike scrambled eggs. Second off, how do you fuck up an omelet?
I don't know. Hey, Linzabi. What did we call it? The vomlet?
Oh, the veggie cheese omelet MRE.
Oh God, why are you using
Oh,
veggie cheese? I mean, holy shit! Even I think okay, I'm vegetarian. People ask me why I'm not vegan. It's because of cheese. Like vegan cheese sucks.
Okay.
Oh god, that reminds me. So one of
I know some people who do enjoy the omelet.
They can stay away from me.
One of the supermarket chains over here, Lidl, for their they've got a whole load of summer American style summer barbecue stuff in at the moment as like a promotional range. And one of the things they have as an allegedly American product is a wedge of cheddar cheese in smoked with a sorry. So it's a cheddar cheese that is infused, that was the word I was looking for, with hickory smoked barbecue sauce.
Okay. There are hickory smoked cheeses, but they're not smoked with barbecue sauce.
Yeah, no, there's pretty good smoked cheeses over here, generally speaking, but it's the first time I've ever seen it. It's just like, yeah, we took this
Yeah,
cheese
I
and
was
we put barbecue sauce in it.
Yeah. No. Why?
Albion. I was expecting you to say it was infused with bits of bacon in it.
No, that happens over here anyway.
Over
One
here
of the
too.
things that I see quite frequently, what was it? It was at one of the Christmas markets. They had cheddar infused with Canadian maple syrup and dried bacon.
That might actually be tasty. I mean, I couldn't eat it because of the bacon, but the flavor combination wouldn't be bad, I don't think. Mm.
Just looking at the achievements I still need for Rising Storm 2, and I found a TTS joke.
What's the
It's
TTS joke?
that's not a knife. That's a knife.
That's not a TTS joke. That's a Crocodile Dundee
A
joke.
D joke, right?
Death.
It is.
I deserve death for my dishonor.
Dishonor on you, dishonor on your family, dishonor on your cow.
Yep, Dundee reference.
Help me.
Uh-oh.
I've committed sin.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I have a message. What's the message say? I gotta scroll over here.
But the orcs. Yeah, but The Warhammer
Oh,
orcs
Jesus.
would be more like, yeah, that's not a knife. This is a chopper.
Those look pretty tasty, actually.
Food?
Not so sure about the orange and
What are-
whiskey, though.
What are you
I
looking
said
at?
doodle cheeses. There's a local company to my area called Nibble Nose. Great name. And I just sent Doodle a picture of their selection, which includes the orange and whiskey cheddar, caramelized red onion, cranberry cheddar, chili cheddar, and garlic and chive cheddar.
I mean, all of those sound good, but except for possibly the orange and whiskey. And I can't say because I haven't tried it. But generally speaking, it just doesn't sound a good cheddar cheese combination. But I didn't think that honey mustard and onion pretzel pieces would be very good either. And there have been several times in my life when I've been very, very sick, and that has been the only thing that has sustained me. So I'm not going to talk shit until I try them.
God damn it, I want cheese now.
I'm sorry.
No, that's
That
okay.
is a skill
Sadly,
Fest does not have.
sadly, I must stay away from the pretzels because they are a high glucose spike.
That is correct. They are because they're carbs. Yeah, it's a skill Fest doesn't have. Fest doesn't do cheese making. Also determined that she does not know how to use chopsticks. In my head canon, she knows how to dance because she spent way too much time around elves. What else? Just a lot of weird tidbits occurred to me just mostly talking with people. The chopsticks one. Fee and I were out at a K-pop place, and I was like, I struggle with chopsticks because of the damage in my hands. I also have never been able to use them super proficiently, but yeah, Thess just can't use them for some reason. They just don't make sense to her.
That's just stabs whatever she's trying to eat.
They look like spears. Use them like spears.
Hey, speaking of K-pop, I just found out there's a new show on Netflix called
K-pop Demon Hunters.
K-pop Demon Hunters.
Yes.
It was awesome. Thank you for your opinions, random shouting person.
I mean, seemed really enthusiastic. Must really like it.
He likes
I-
quirky stuff like that, and he does tend to get quite enthusiastic.
Enthusiasm's what makes the world go around.
That was gravity.
Okay, I'm gonna point this out to everybody. The guy who just got the upset for the Democratic nomination, who's like a Democratic socialist for New York. So, in 2002, New York Magazine asked him what he wanted for Christmas, and he said SimCity 3000. In 2016, he said City Skylines. So we're about to see if city building simulators actually make you better as a mayor.
He also wants a $30 an hour minimum wage by 2030.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. He is definitely he is a democratic socialist, very specifically, probably in the veins of Roosevelt, I think. So
What was it?
Just checking, is this guy eligible for the presidency over there?
He's
I don't know. I
technically yes.
Fantastic, swear him in.
I believe. Let me double check.
Meanwhile, I'm just
He
finding
has to have been born, he has to
You're
have been
just
born
throwing
here.
cheese porn at me. Please stop.
I have a good.
This is not cheese sexual.
No, Doodle is.
Only a little bit.
Okay,
I have a.
okay. He is not eligible for the presidency.
Unfortunately,
No.
He is a naturalized citizen. However,
he could
however,
still do a lot. He could still do a lot of good.
however, for the absolute stupidity of our entire political system, he is eligible for the vice presidency.
That's fantastic.
Amaze balls.
What was it? I've been taking care of my grandparents a bit, and I secretly administered the political compass test on my grandma, who watches Fox News all the time. And as it turns out, the closest person to her on the political compass is Bernie Sanders. And when I told her that, she just kind of stared at me for a second. She's like, "No, but I don't vote that way." And I'm like, "Yeah, but your values say otherwise where you should be voting."
I ran into a customer in our store like that today too. She
Yep.
told me straight up she voted for Trump, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I
Okay.
can't vote for someone who tried to avoid
Okay.
paying his bills.
Trit Sleepy Moon, the fact you have brought blankets and snacks, you're in. Okay? You're just awesome. You're in. We appreciate this is a gaming table. Fuzzy blankets and snacks are always welcome.
Huh? What? Oh, Sleepy Moon! Hi, thank you. Snacks and fuzzy
Hello.
blankets. Yay!
Those are great. I really want snacks right now, but I shouldn't because I'm outside of my eating window on the diet I'm on, and it's like 1 a.m. anyway, so I really fucking shouldn't. But
No, you shouldn't.
I snacky though.
I am also now 30 followers on Twitch away from 2,400, aka number go higher.
We make number go brrr.
Yeah, I need to get my shit together.
I would have
so
brought
I can
mead, but I don't have any bottles. Just
I
bring the
was
whole
gonna say-
barrel. Just bring the whole. We'll get some cups. It'll be fine. Just bring the
we could-
carboy right on out.
I mean, we could do that. I was going to say I'm trying to get up my motivation to actually make mead again. I haven't made any in a little bit. I made
You
ice
just pour
cider.
it.
It went really well.
You could just pour it into my mouth. That'd be great.
Andre, you drink too much as it is.
But wine is one of the only beverages drank in Bretonia.
That is a problem, and it explains so much about your country.
And the Rodlin has a beard.
Rodlin.
Hello, Rodlin. Now we just need a moon.
All right. You know your job, Rodlin. Summon Moon.
Ooga chugga, ooga chugga, ooga chugga, ooga chugga. I can't stop this feeling deep inside of me.
This bag of hugs for $5.
Now we get
Sold!
2 minutes and it'll work.
Thank you, furry one. Oh God. So Moon's gonna come in here, and I'm gonna have to tell him, "Hey, Moon. So, all of the things, just all of them, just all of them have been purchased tonight. Every one, down to the last one, and there's some extra that we've been told that we've been specifically instructed to tell you. Do whatever you want with."
Classic.
Oh, he should drop more of it onto group 2.
He did what?
Oh no, if it's up to Moon, he might might decide to drop some of it onto group 2. I actually don't.
Are you telling me that Moon is going to use it to affect players who aren't even here, who may or may not even realize what's happening to them, only to be like, by the way.
That sounds totally like a GM thing to do. Doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Has anyone heard from Moon in like the last 20 minutes?
I was speaking to him a couple of hours ago, but not
It-
recently.
Yeah, he was posting about 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, exactly 2 hours ago was the last message from him. Huh. Moon.
He probably was
Moon.
posting from. He was probably posting from his phone back
Possibly.
there.
Fair enough.
27 people in chat as of now.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the pre-game.
This
While
is
we're
the-
waiting for the DM and Rodlin to join us.
Is here.
Excuse me, I'm
He's
right
here.
here.
He's here.
Oh,
We're waiting.
hey,
We
you're
are
here.
literally only waiting for Moon.
As
My
usual,
apologies, Aphid.
as-
I didn't.
as
I didn't
is
mean-
expected, I should say, not as usual. As is expected, we await
Yeah,
the moon.
I was really surprised when he showed up like early.
By the way, I need to tell
Oh.
I need to tell him
Oh.
tonight. Hey
Oh.
Moon, get your damn
Oh.
train ticket.
Oh, yeah, he needs his train ticket. He's finishing up the last thing on TTS.
If he's
Oh.
finishing up the last thing, he's not in here to finish it, so I don't know how he's doing it.
I mean, he might be doing it for, I don't know.
Side note, real big side note. I thought we were finally gonna get a session where we didn't have to moiter.
Oh, we are.
Fee, as Sleepy Moon has just pointed out in chat, we're currently tagged as playing Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine 2.
I'm aware. I am following Twitch's suggestion to the
Twitch is-
letter.
Okay, Twitch is full of shit.
Okay? If you will notice, every week we have been running this, it suggests something different. That is not on me. That is Twitch going, hey, you should run this as this.
Okay, hi, Moon.
Moon. Quick, everyone rush him at once.
I would.
Ah!
I would.
I already spent a couple of hours scheming with him earlier. I don't need to rush
Deploy
anymore.
the human assault huggers!
I mean, I don't need to do any of that because I'm a gremlin this week.
Okay, I just heard what synced up on the stream for me was Fiora shouting "Deploy the assault huggers" right as the "It's happening" sunshine in a tank gif pops up on the stream. That was weirdly good timing.
Yes,
You're
that was
welcome.
exceptional timing.
But yes, we should deploy the human assault huggies. Hey, amen. 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 Ow.
You're still muted.
Who, me?
Yeah, that's why I was only communicating in sound gifs.
Are we ready?
I think so.
Okay. I have to move this over here because
Yep.
I'm gonna.
I have been
possibly-
summoned.
I need this tonight. I needed this.
Oh, someone is asking Fee where her aura is. Yeah, he's goddamn right.
See, what does someone have to drop to get the rest of us to do that?
More money than they have.
If to get the rest of you to do that, 350.
350. I'd do it for three. I'd do it in characters for 350.
What character would I have to do it as?
Niaro.
Oh, Niaro.
The vampire. Niara's the.
Naro.
I really don't like that you all said that in unison.
Okay, I have an appropriate response
Do
for
do not the
everyone
rat.
saying that it should be as Niaro. I 100% mean this response. I need you to all understand this. Give me a moment. I'm turning the sound of it up.
Oh hell.
This is what I mean for all of you who think Niaro should say those words. No horny jail, no horny bat, just smite.
Oh shit! Ah,
I need to unmute the soundboard. I've got it muted after being at a birthday
I
party
mean,
over Discord
I
earlier.
need all the humor I can get coming into tonight's run. So
I try very hard not to abuse the soundboard. I just forget sometimes that you can't double click it to stop it. That just spam clicks it.
right. Oh,
Do you know how many things you can just double click to pause it? I thought that would pause it. I didn't think.
You got to commit to the soundboard.
I didn't think it would just chain spam.
I mean, you have to be aware.
Oh no.
Okay.
Do you just have the whole song as soundboard?
Oh man, that would be funny if she had it.
Why?
Because it's a great piece of music to start a game run with. It is actually a great opening piece.
Cletus! You are being introduced to the definition of one final effort!
It's a great way to summon Cletus.
Well, hello, everyone. I'm Cletus, your recapper for every week's adventure. Last week, or last session, shall we say, rather, because time is such a abstraction to me. So anyway, last session, the party had been going around town. Most of them were doing their own thing, investigating certain things, and if they're not careful, they might actually wind up becoming pillars of the community. Oh, what a fate that would be.
Perish the thought.
I once was an adventurer until I took an arrow to the knee. Which is a lovely euphemism for getting married. But anyway, then Thess discovered the building she was looking at for a potential ice cream shop. Well, it turned out it used to be a bit of a mortuary of some sorts. There was undead and seals were broken. Some people from the past rose back up as skeletons. There was some fighting for that, and then it's done, and the party's back to normal. Oh, there, I got to say, it was thrilling moments. Had to wet me whistle. Anyway, so the party has gotten a little bit down, and they may be looking forward for a little bit of character development and maybe some downtime. And who knows? If they're lucky, they might find the pub where I'm sitting with my ale and might get to talk to me for real instead of imagining me inside their skulls. Oh, I do love that part. They think that I'm talking to them in their skulls. So, with that wonderful bit of recapping done, I will let this go to Moon before my roommates have to finish their chores.
Hello, everyone. I am Fiora the Tank Girl. I am your streamer, your host, your camera lady, the crazy person who does all of the things. We have full fate points and full enemy tokens and boss tokens before before anything even happens tonight. However, I don't actually think we're going to be getting any bosses, so I'm going to go ahead and just add those to the list and inform Moon that he has been given special privilege.
Oh?
You have been given special privilege to discretionarily distribute an extra $100 of shenanigans at your discretion, according to the person in question. In the meantime, I will be playing Lucia
has a
Blick,
new officer. Welcome, son.
your Kisleviate witch, and apparently the crazy wild bitch that Oscar has to tame. Next.
She's as cold as ice.
Ah, hello, everyone. I'm Doodle, and I am playing Visceral Human from Lustria, and I'm the potentially the drama gremlin this week. So we'll see how that goes. Next.
Yes, hello. Oscar Hertzsprung of the minor noble house Hertzsprung of Wissenland and Noln. A pleasure to be with you all this evening. I am desperately, desperately hoping to avoid fighting something for 48 hours. Is that too much to ask for in this city at this point? I am being played by Albion, and it is good to see you all. On to the next.
I am Rodlin, played by Rental Aphid, and I am certainly hoping that if we must fight something, that it's under the open sky this time. I've had quite enough of fights in small, enclosed spaces for now. Next up.
I was muted. And I am Sir Andre Morehire of Bretonia, and I am quite pleased that we are blessed by the fates to vanquish foes nearly every day. Well, truly, we are heroes of legends yet to be sung. And I'm played by I'm Shiny Star, and next up it's Moon,
Yes.
our GM.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
It's me, Cletus, played by Lenzabi, and always ready for another ale, folks. More beer, baby, more beer.
And now it's Moon.
Okay, I have them recorded onto the spontaneous. Thank you. Onto the spontaneous enemies to be spawned list.
Great.
Remember, this is a floating list that at any point in time I can just decide, you know what? Yeah, I'll just throw one on. I have actually removed a couple of them from here.
Okay. All right. I am nervous.
I am only nervous because reasons.
Just think of them as floating reinforcements.
I mean,
I was really hoping we could do character. Never mind.
I
I'm
want
gonna
you to
try.
do
I'm
character.
going to try. I am really.
Well. After all of that, the city seems, to calm down again. You can finish making your way down to the market stalls to go and vend things. I'm gonna
Yeah, the three
erase
of us.
this little. Yes, the rest of you can return back to wherever you were.
Yeah. That was an important encounter, though.
I am sorry. I knew what was in here. I just didn't expect it to get popped.
Yeah. Well, you put Tess in an interesting place, and she's gonna poke at shit.
I did not expect the atheist to be in the situation.
That's fair. I mean, she's not really an atheist. She knows that there are gods. She just doesn't think following them is worth her time.
Right, that's atheism in universes with
All right,
gods
fair.
that can go smite.
Fair. This might actually come up today. This whole god thing.
Anyway, while I'm moving things about, a lot of you are
Sure.
free to go on as things have finished here. It's the air is settling. It's still cold down in here, but the bodies have stopped
Hi,
responding.
this bag of hogs for $5 sold.
Oh
That-
Have
no,
fun trying not to fight
he's
things.
gone God mode.
yeah. I believe that Thess, Oscar, and Andre decided to resume their shopping trip while come on, brain, work. Rodolin decided to stay here, and Lucia went back to making armor, if I remember correctly, at the end of the last run.
That sounds correct. I
Okay.
wasn't here I wasn't here for the actual end. I had to go hip toss and old into bed.
No, that I believe that was the case, and Tess basically it's like, okay, well, let's get this done, and basically started leading the way towards
I
the
hate that
thing.
my life has turned into the fucking gray dawn.
Yeah,
Anyway.
it's okay. We love you. We
I,
love you.
I
We love you anyway, Moon.
I have to laugh at it because otherwise I would be crying.
Yeah,
Anyway,
that's how I feel about my work life.
fucking mood.
No. Sorry, I
Okay.
have been buried writing for the last week and a half, and I've barely got anything really done, and I'm upset about it.
Well, you do you want to be entertained tonight, Fee?
Hit me.
Okay, I'm hopefully about to.
Oh no.
You're welcome to if you just want to RP, you're welcome to start. There's
Oh yeah,
nothing
no,
else in this.
I'm leading the group to like the three of us to the thing and prattling on about. Oh, we should go and see this person. The equipment needs to go to the City Watch. They're going to need it more than anyone else. They should be get first pick. Let's see.
Yes,
May
I
I get to make
completely
some
agree.
a couple quick rolls to study the magics that linger here
Go for it.
before we, just so I don't interrupt anything important.
Yeah, go for it. I need to pull out a bag and collect. Holy shit!
That's a lot of rats. That's a lot of fingers.
Oh,
That's a lot of rats. Why are you showing off your rat collection, Moon?
Because they're my sweet little babies, and you all need to. Everyone should see the rats. No, I'm trying to find a bag to throw them together. Actually,
That's
as I
fine.
as I looked over and went, that is a fuckload of.
So let's see. City Watch. There's a couple of craftsmen looking for raw materials. They might be good second places to stop. But City Watch first. I think it's this way. Actually,
You're right there, Thess.
I would like this done. Really would like this done. There's a lot to do.
No, from me. Let's go.
Yes.
Of course. You performed quite admirably in there, as you always do, Lady Thess.
Okay. I have a thing to state here, Cletus. For the next little bit, I need no comments from the peanut gallery because this is going to be hard enough for me to get through. Thank you, Andre, for setting that up. Thess stops mid-step as Andre says, "Lady Thess." Her hands curl, and Oscar, you're how close are folks in relation to
A
Thess?
new seeker
Kind of
is
matters.
after Fiora's heart and attention.
Oscar's probably driving the cart rather than walking, so he's probably not super close to her.
Okay.
I'm on my horse.
Okay.
Probably
She
side by side.
She kind of takes a step away from Andre as she whirls, and enough. I'm not what you make me to be, knight. I'm no lady, no princess to be on a pedestal. I've no time for such things. I've no interest in you. I came here to be away from those who would place the influence of gods on my shoulders. Who would tell me who I was, who I should be? I do not serve your lady, and I am not touched by her. My name is Thesserau, not Lady Thess, not Milady, not Lady Thesserau. I do not belong in any court. I've no interest in you, never had an interest in any. No romance, no love. I am a monster made to kill, and I struggle to be more. Hunger to be more. But in the end, I am the monster, but you do not see. She steps back and gestures around and then points at Andre. You don't. You put me in a place and make me more than I am. You who see glory and bloodshed, you do not understand, cannot see. And there's this Rodolin. He makes me feel like some pet project to be examined, studied, if I speak with him for too long. Indeed. Huh. He cannot see. Gestures back down the lane, and then Lucia, our ice witch, Kislevian greatness, wretched lizard. She has never seen. And Oscar glances up at Oscar on the wagon, so willing to tie his fate to another without seeing or understanding fully. He at least sees me, understands and knows that I am just Cicero. The last is spoken softly. Her gold eyes kind of watching Oscar, and there's that rage and fire kind of shifts to a little bit of realization, surprise, and finally, utter soul deep terror. I did not see. I am the monster, and now. And she pivots on her foot, takes off down the street, and cuts around a corner and is gone.
Oscar just weakly sort of just probably just about loud enough for her as she just goes, "This, wait," but doesn't have the emotional strength to try and pursue her.
I mean,
I
she's got flee as a talent, so she moves faster away from dangerous situations she perceives as dangerous. So
This is dangerous. She's gone.
she's gone. Yeah.
Lucia crosses. Lucia
Well,
crosses.
this would have been after everyone split up to go elsewhere.
Lucia.
I'm going to make that point.
I thought you were literally pointing at us.
Gestured back down the street towards the house and went off about Lucia.
Oh. You're gonna be upset Lucia didn't hear that.
Yes, actually. Remember, Fee, I said it's very important to know who wasn't there for very specific reasons.
Andre will gesture to Oscar, like, as he says, wait, and I just kind of, like, hold out my hand. I think it's best she have her space.
Well,
Cletus?
Oh,
No.
now you're picking up on her hints, are you, Andre? Now you've spotted what she wants out of things.
Oh, sometimes it helps to be told.
Oscar, can you make me a perception roll?
Sure, can do.
Let me know how much you make it by.
well, all I was going to say is that it sounds like a lance, a boiled one.
Cletus. Wait until the end. Wait, I sent you a message.
So
scene.
I'm gonna tell you this right now, Cletus. Like, I am in the real world physically shaking. So this is why I said please don't. This is hard for me to do.
That's a 34, which is a success after using a fate point first.
Okay. Roughly 5 or 10 feet from where she was standing, there's little splotches in the dust along her trail. Not clear, probably reddish colored.
Oh no. No.
Do you see something, Sir Oscar?
Oh, drop the formalities, you pretentious twat. And Oscar is going to leap down off the cart and
They are
examine the spot.
They are little splotches of blood, kind of roughly on either
What I thought, but
on either side of kind of where her footfalls are.
Oscar takes off running, following the bloodstains.
Okay.
Yes, I'm abandoning the cart, and there's no one holding the horse or anything, but he really doesn't care right now. That is the
Um,
last thing on his mind.
Oscar, give me a toughness roll as you take off.
Sure thing.
Ooh.
99. I'm not fate pointing that. That is too funny to get a 99 right now. That is too poetic for the story.
oof,
Okay.
love it.
Well,
Fucking
that
love
will
it.
make that real then. Apologies.
That is a critical failure.
I am going to. I have to send a message to the ref. Hold on.
That is okay. So that is so he'll be able to catch up to Thess, but that is 4 points of temp damage, as it is exhausting his muscles to run that hard. Spots of his sides and abdomens are abdomen, he only has one, are
Hi,
cramping
hi,
in
this
ways
bag
he
of
didn't
hearts
think
of
they possibly
$5
could, but he's able to muscle through it.
It's actually not
bestow
hard
this
to
holy
catch up with
13
us because
upon
she
this
cut around
old
the corner,
world.
went down
May
about
you
half
all
a
have
block,
much joy.
and crashed in through a door of an abandoned house.
Oh, I assumed she was still.
Oh no,
Never
no,
mind.
no, 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 no! There's too many people out here, and I'm panic mode, total panic mode. I need to find a place to get away from.
Lizard safety response.
Yeah, pretty much. Half of this, like the panic terror response, is literally, like I need to be away.
Can I grab the reins of the wagon and lead that horse and follow the trail and
It's not
follow
hard.
Oscar?
It's not like that. It's not like Thess was trying to hide the trail. The perception roll is seeing it at a distance, kind of thing.
Yeah,
It's not like
make
Thess.
me a ride check, please.
Thank you.
sure.
I should just let the referee do his thing and not pay attention to
You're
all the
good.
notes I wrote.
You're good. Yeah, no. I'll take care of this. You pay attention to your notes.
Okay, cool. It's easy to catch up to her, Oscar. Well, catch up to where she went.
Yep, you got it.
She
Yeah,
cut
2
right,
degrees.
slammed into this door, stumbled and slammed her hand down on the entryway, leaving a nice palm print in the dust, of blood in the dust, and apparently went in, scrambled, and went up a switchback set of stairs to the second floor. Um, Following that trail, on the landing of the switchback, there's a divot in one of the walls, and at the base of that is the brace that she wears to keep her ears on. The clasp is really bent out of shape, like she just grabbed it and yanked it.
Oscar is going to silently scoop that up and place it in the apron overalls that he's wearing and keep following. And he's just going to gently call out, Thessarau, it's Oscar. I'm going to come and find you if that's okay.
At the top of the stairwell is her mace. She dropped it in one of the doorways of the 2 rooms upstairs. There is her jacket. And it looks like she grabbed it from one side and tore it off. It's got a tear um, on the left side, and the buttons have been snapped free, and it's just tossed there. And shortly beyond that, looking into that same room, is her belt of just miscellaneous crap she carries. Her money pouch and shot pouch, and it's got her utility knife on it and a bunch of other stuff. And peering around, in a corner, not away from the windows, but against the far back of the building, against one of the walls, Thess sits, kind of partially sprawled, like she fell against the wall and just collapsed. Um, and she's just sitting there, staring, shaking, looking just absolutely soul torn, terrified. More terrified than I think Oscar's probably ever seen her. Like Oscar's actually thinking about it. Oscar's never seen her even remotely scared. Maybe a little panicked, maybe pressed, but not like this.
Thesserau?
She's just sitting there, rapidly breathing, just staring at the opposite wall.
Oscar is going to take a deep breath, shaking. He's going to say again, Thesserau, I'm going to approach you. If you don't want me to, make some kind of gesture or sign, but otherwise, I'm going to very gently come up and move next to you. Is that okay?
There's no response.
I don't want to intrude. This is just out of character. I don't want to intrude, but
Oh, no,
I'd
that's fine.
probably be I'd
Break,
probably be
break,
at the front door
break,
and just kind of
breaking the flow actually helps me stay focused. So thank you.
yeah, I'd probably be like at the front door on my horse and just kind of just for unless otherwise said, I'm just gonna chill there because I am evidently part of the problem.
The world is part of the problem.
That's okay.
Yeah,
But
she doesn't.
yeah,
She doesn't really say. It's like she doesn't make any gestures or anything. As you approach, you can see what was bleeding. Um, it's the palms of her hands. She has somehow managed to curl the little claws she has tightly enough to punch through the thick scales. And she's still breathing deeply, trying to get she's actually trying to get her own breathing under control at this point, but still not really responsive.
Oh, my dear friend. I can't imagine what this feels like for you. And Oscar is going to very gently sit down next to her. He's not going to move to touch her. He's just going to sit down,
Whoops.
put his arms around his knees.
Okay, that made me jump. I kicked over a water thermos and it hit something loud and caused me to jump. Which should not be, because I wrote this thing and fucking went over this thing like twice a day for like the last few days to try and stabilize myself. And holy shit, it's surprisingly harder to do than I thought. Oh, hey. I do kind of moon, but I will also make a willpower roll because it's appropriate. Oh, I should probably roll that a little better. Woo, dice! Yeah, it's a successful willpower roll, which is appropriate because this is about the right time. Thess takes in a very deep breath, closes her eyes, and just tries to control the shaking. And it's marginally helpful. Um, and after a few moments, uh, she whispers, "You shouldn't be here." No accent. The accent that she picked up from Oscar forever ago is gone. Which is a weird thing to notice in this moment. But thinking back, most of what she just did was completely without accent. Um, woohoo! Voices in the background.
I shouldn't be here, Thess. You shouldn't be here. But we are, so I am going to do what I can to help my friend, if that's all right with you.
I'm not I don't mean in the city. I mean here. Oh,
May I
uh,
say something in response to your words in the street, please?
yeah. I only kind of remember them. But you sure?
You said, among other things, that you think that I am too easily giving my life to someone I barely know in Lucia.
We all barely know each other.
We do. And you're not wrong. I've thought about it a lot. I am not worthy of Lucia. There are things that she will go on to do that will be potentially great and powerful for her people. She has such a future ahead of her. And there are things she wants that I will never be able to give her. I am not worthy of the trust she puts in me. But I will not let her down. I am not making any kind of. I'm not making a light choice in what I choose to do. That woman, that beautiful, ambitious, kind hearted woman, for all her faults, and believe me, I recognize many in her, but for all she is, I would never have imagined that a woman like that would want me to be part of her life. And I am going to return that faith to the best of my ability. But that's not what I want to talk about. That's a conversation for another time. Thesserau, a monster you called yourself.
She's kind of shaking her head after your little thing about Lucia. Not worthy. Even now you don't entirely see. You're more worthy than all of us.
I appreciate the sentiment, but I doubt I'll ever be the man that she needs me to be. But still.
So few people know what they need. At this point, she's still shaking, but her breathing has slowed a lot.
Thess, if
Yes,
you don't
sorry.
object, I'm going to hug you if that's all right.
Okay.
Just relax. And Oscar's going to wrap his arms around her, and he's just going to explain. When we were very young, my sister Edelgard used to have these panics, these fits.
That's what this is.
Yes, it's a human response, for what that's worth. But the doctors tried so many things. They suggested laudanum. They suggested the opiate from poppies, all kinds of things to calm her nerves. But ultimately, the one thing that could help any time when the doctors weren't available or if we were alone in the middle of the night is I would just hold her like I'm holding you now. A sibling's embrace. And as I breathe, we're close enough together you can feel my breath, can't you, Thesserau?
Yes.
I just want you to breathe in time with me. Can you do that?
I could try.
It's no pressure, just relax with me. We're just going to breathe together for a few moments, okay?
Okay.
This, you have the training of a physician to some extent, but you, for all that you have mended our physical wounds, I think you're hiding wounds on the inside that you need someone else to help you heal. You called yourself a monster, and ultimately, with all the affection I hold for you in the short time that I've known you, I cannot agree with that word. Because a monster is not what you look like. It is not at the skin. I have seen men hale and hearty who are the most vile of souls. I have seen greed and ambition and the soulless lack of empathy hidden behind the eyes of a handsome and noble courtier. And I have seen grace. I have seen empathy and kindness in the eyes of street beggars, wrought with the subtle beginnings of mutation. How your body is shaped has no bearing on whether you are a monster. Being a monster is a state of mind, and you are one of the most human souls I have ever met. I'm sorry that what has gone on around you has forced you to this. I can only imagine what you're going through. This isn't where you were raised. You're in a strange land in strange company, and some complete arse of a Bretonian is trying to flirt with you. And Oscar smiles slightly.
I'm not interested in him. I I'm not scared of what I am. I don't even understand what I am sometimes.
I know that feeling far better than I think I could articulate to you, Thess, but even besides that, let me give you one piece of wisdom if I can. Nobody knows what they really are. This is why I like engineering, Thess. The world is strange and complicated, but I can open a stack of Dowie blueprints. I can see the measurements. I can see the alloys and the temperaments. I can see the circumference and the radii, and I can follow the instructions. Machines make sense. I know that everything I put into a mechanism is happening because I put it there in a specific way. My own mind isn't like that. No one's mind is like that. When I make something, I know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen every time I talk to another person. Life is complicated. And my God, it's just become so much more complicated in the last few weeks. If I can be frank, I'm amazed that out of the two of us, you were the one who cracked first. And I don't think there's any shame in that.
It's not what we've been doing that shakes. So she rattles off a phrase in Elven.
I'm Sorry, I don't speak that tongue.
It's more for me trying to clear my mind and think. Um, what we face, it needs to be faced and it needs to be stopped, or we'll overrun this entire place. I don't. I'm not afraid of that. That doesn't. None of that shakes me. I have a responsibility to all of you to try and make sure you all survive. This is all simple things. I thought I was simple in my way of seeing things. Not as simple as I thought. Not as easy. I'm sorry that I am talking around things. She kind of raises her head. She looks at Oscar out of one eye, which is not something she normally does, because she really makes an effort to keep her gestures kind of human. And that's a very saurian or lizard gesture, and you've seen her do it once or twice before. Uh, Usually when she's not really making an effort or thinking about it. It is easier to face a real peril than it is one you imagine.
I mean, in a way, of course it is. When the fear is external, you can fight it with your hands. And you are a very good fighter, Thess, but
I don't want to be.
neither do I. Every time I'm forced to draw my blade, I am sick to my stomach. I'm terrified. But
You shouldn't have to be. You shouldn't have to draw a sword.
but maybe that fear is a part of what makes us not monsters. If you think about it, the day that I take a life, even something as simple as a Skaven, heaven forbid another human, the day I take a life and I am comfortable with having done that, that is when I think either of us would be entitled to call ourselves a monster.
This is kind of a wry look. No humor, really. Just definitely something about that's funny. To like, some kind of little bit of amusement there. It's us. I am a monster. I lose no sleep over threats that I kill. None. I don't like killing. I don't regret it either. I it's what I was made for. And somehow that makes it worse. Somehow.
I You are unique, Thess. I cannot begin to understand the world through your eyes. I can only offer what I know, but all I can say is whatever you are going through, Let us help. We have saved each other's lives. You say you want to look out for us. You
Oh,
feel like it's your duty to look out for us. Let that go both ways. Let us help you too.
she prattles off another phrase in Elven as she laughs. Oh, sorry. Oh, help. You wish to help. Of course you do. Because you're you.
I wouldn't have survived the last few weeks without you and the others, Thess. Whatever help you need that is in my power to give, I will give it.
Oh, Oscar. First, to help, you must see, you must know. And if I were to tell you, I couldn't take it back. Again, some things just can't be fixed.
No.
No. She kind of turns her head at that no and looks directly at Oscar with this kind of, what do you mean no?
Some things can't be fixed, you're completely right, but Oscar holds up his hand with the missing finger, takes off the glove that he wears most of the time to cover it up, and just holds it up and just says, I lost this because of a mistake. I thought that a pistol I had put together was built correctly. I made that assumption and I was wrong, and it cost me a finger. That's a mistake I can never undo. I am never getting this finger back. But I still learned from it, Thess. You just because you can't fix something doesn't mean it has to be a burden. Here, let me show you. And he reaches down to his belt where he has the small length of hand forged chain that has the small number of holy symbols on it, and he pulls up a small leather bag that hangs on the chain. And as he opens it up and tips it onto his palm, you can see all of the bones that would make up a small human pinky finger that have been cleaned and polished and preserved. I carry my mistake with me wherever I go to remind me that I work with forces that are terrible and dangerous and kill. And they can kill me just as easily as those that I mean to use them on. I have made my mistake into a strength because I will never forget what incaution costs me in my line of work.
Which is the mistake here? Saying, being quiet.
The mistake is thinking that you have to deal with this alone, Thess.
Oh, alone. Oh, feels like I've been alone for so long. I'd almost forgotten. I didn't even understand.
I'm going to ask you something, Thess, and you may reject this out of hand, but I'm just going to ask anyway. Given the opportunity, would you return to Lustria? Maybe not to stay, but just to see your roots again? Would that ground you?
No.
Would
Lots of
seeing your
reasons.
spawn mates do that?
Lots of, I don't know. I haven't talked with them since I left. The 12 that left with me, we scattered. No, I do not feel the call to go home. I wouldn't even know what to say to any of them. They're all so focused on the great plan. Oh, the woven tapestries laid down by the old ones. No, no. Might want to visit one of the old cities again. They had good libraries. Ah, no, no, I think home is here now, for better or for worse. Yes. That still does not answer the question. How do I answer the question?
Maybe it's not a question you answer all at once.
Maybe not answering it. The longer you don't answer it, there's a moment where this little bit of kind of it's a little bit of old Des thinking things through kind of be seen. She's still shaking a little bit, but like a very little bit. But like it's like her mind has something to suddenly work on, and it's kind of helping. Okay.
Maybe think about it like you're cooking. It's
Oh,
like a recipe. You never
ha.
get a recipe right on the first try. You
Well, maybe
refine it
you
every
don't.
time. Okay, fair. You are exceptional. But please, Thess, I may I finish the metaphor?
Sure. Sorry. Um.
No. A recipe is never perfected the first time. You find something that's good enough, and then the next time you make it, it's a bit better, and then it's better again, and it's better every time because you know how to refine it. Maybe finding the answers that you're looking for is like that. For now, you just need to find an answer that's good enough, and as you live your life, you can find the more refined recipe, the better answer as you go.
Okay. Right. Then allow me. Oh, if I mm, kind of shifts against the wall to face Oscar. It's not as simple as finding an answer. It's finding an answer that won't create problems now. And unfortunately, it is mostly my because if I ask for help, I have to explain the problem. And explaining the problem creates another problem. What would you do?
I'm asking myself the exact same thing, funnily enough.
Hmm.
There is things that I could say that would prevent certain futures from ever coming to pass, but if I say nothing, then all I'm doing is delaying the inevitable.
I do not wish to delay anything. I also do not want to carry a burden that will affect my judgment.
If you feel like you need to get something off your chest, Thess, it's only me and you here right now. What you
Of course,
say what you say doesn't need to leave the two of us until you decide you need the others to know it too. I might be terrified of what you're going to say. What you're going to say might change my opinion of you. I can't promise that it won't. But I want you to know that I trust you enough that I am willing to hear what you are scared of the rest of us knowing.
Oh, I'm not scared of knowing, or of any of you knowing. Maybe Lucia a little. I'm scared of what I would do. You've seen me, Oscar. You've seen me charge an entire line of Skaven to distract them from the rest of you. Because you're my friends and I have a responsibility. What happens? What would stop? Line would I not cross? I'm sorry, Oscar. But what line would you not cross for those you love? If you have no fear, really, and you know that there is nothing you would not do for even your friends, what line is there for someone you love? And that is what I am terrified of. Not you, not Lucia, not any of you. Oh, where would I stop? Would I stop? Oh, I don't know. I don't want to find out. Oh, I did not see. That one of the questions. I think I know the answer to the others. But that's what terrifies me, Oscar. She'll prattle off kind of under her breath a series of phrases. And they're all in Elven, which, yeah, you can look them up later probably if you remember them.
Used to at that point.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's getting used to the short passages of Elven and just accepting that he doesn't have to understand them right now. But at your last set of words, he sort of smiles a little bit himself as you did earlier and just goes, Thess, I'm sure it hasn't escaped the notice of any of you, but I'm terrified every time we step out of the mansion these days.
Yes, I've seen it.
Andre might live for adventure. Rodolin may be old and wise enough to know how to deal with it. Lucia comes from a land where you're either hardy or you die. I'm not built for any of this. I'm built to tinker in a workshop. This isn't the life I ever would have wanted, but I'm not going to abandon all of you just because it scares me to death. Because the instant I abandon all of you just because of my feelings, I might as well be dead anyway, so.
I wouldn't let that happen.
Do you want to stay here a while longer, or shall we move on? It's up to you.
Where's my coat? Oh,
It's just over here.
I can't wear that.
No, you can't. And Oscar is
I'm
already
being asked for a willpower roll. Hold on.
Oh, here we go.
I told Moon what I was saying in Elven. That's a failure, Moon. Please send me another DM with the results. I'm waiting for text. Okay. Oscar should make a perception roll.
No problem. Perception roll coming up.
Hey, Moon, that was the thing I was gonna do earlier on in this, and I decided she would be a little more stoic.
Eh.
So I didn't want to be too dramatic. This has already been kind of rough
That's
on
a
me.
6.
She's
6.
right after
Yeah, you
that.
see.
Yeah, right after that Elven phrase, she starts to cry. Like, not ugly cry, but hard. No, headset! No, you can't disconnect me! Not now! Give me a second.
Oh no! Hold! Hold!
Hold the gates!
Hold the emotional floodgates!
I thought she got disconnected from TTS and I was about to lose it.
Oh, it sounded more like her batteries about to
Oh,
croak.
this feels like an evilly timed commercial break.
Hmm.
Oh,
Well,
God.
I'm just waiting for the proper cue to comment. Not sure if that's yet.
Oh,
She could get
I-
interrupted by her headset.
I have mental health first aider training, and my God, did I feel it like coming through there early on.
Hmm. Everything okay, Doodle?
Oh.
That's the problem with Wednesdays. We do get technical difficulties.
Would you like for somebody else on?
So,
Yep. Albion, just to prepare you, when you go downstairs, Andre's in the doorway, like by the front door, just kind of waiting back
Good to know.
against the frame. Uh-oh, we lost her.
The
Doodle!
internet.
No. Oh, there she is.
No!
Hold on. I need to do a microphone. Oh, okay. It defaulted over. Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, good. My
yeah,
brain.
loud and clear.
Different type of microphone. I thought I had another USB headset, and apparently I do not. I was pretty sure I input. I don't know where it went. I gotta plug this in the
Ooh.
charger. No. Yeah, Thess is crying. Like hard crying. Not physically shaking, but how did you describe it, Moon? Oh yeah. Like a dam has broken. That's a really good description and pretty accurate.
Hmm. So, is it safe to comment?
No.
No, scene's not over. Be quiet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oscar's just gonna wrap his arms around her even tighter and just hold her in silence until the tears naturally subside. But he's just gonna We've spoken our piece. He's now just going to be here and hold her until she's let it all out, because it feels like it's been bottled up for a long time.
It's a decent length cry. She doesn't even seem to be 100% aware that she is crying. But yeah. And it does stop.
Well, to use practicality to try and help recenter us, you can't
Yes.
wear that jacket for the time being.
No.
So,
No.
just out of character, how much is Thess wearing right now? Did she have a shirt on under the jacket, or?
Yeah, she has an undershirt, boots, pants. I mean, she could still roam around town. She's actually managed to tear the left side of the shirt, probably when she was getting the jacket off. This is something to note. She doesn't relax quite as quickly with Oscar holding her tightly. And it's not like oh, like this is a dangerous situation. It's just a level of tension that just takes a lot longer to bleed out than almost any other time Oscar's been around her or seen her need to relax.
Well, I'm sure we can get the jacket mended up for you.
Thank you.
Now, unless I'm very much mistaken, I can hear at least 2 horses in the street outside, which means Andre probably wrangled the wagon and has followed us here, so we should be prepared for that.
She shakes her head and in kind of switches through a bunch of languages she knows, which is actually pretty substantial. Uh, it's boils down to that damn Bretonian. He can't leave well enough alone.
I mean, to be completely fair to him, neither can I. I followed you here first.
You really shouldn't have.
No, but I did anyway, so I'm dealing with the consequences.
Do you know what the consequences are?
Nope, but I'm gonna find out.
Can you see? She's looking straight at Oscar with this kind of mix of determination, resolution, and just kind of a puzzlement.
I can see a lot of things right now. I'm politely trying to work out which specific one you're trying to draw my attention to.
Oh, engineers! Always trying to find the pieces. Oscar. Oh, you do not see. Should I tell you? Could be interesting.
If you think it would make it easier, by all means, go ahead.
Oh, easy. No, it'd be very difficult. But I do not want to be. I want to be. I'm not like the others. Shouldn't be. All right, Oscar. I'm going to have to pull this from Elven. It is difficult. It doesn't translate. It's kind of what is the word in Reichspiel? Talayans call it cringe. Um, God, I hate Elven romance novels. There is a moment of just kind of zen calm. I think I have finally found someone I would rend the heavens for, just to put stars at their feet.
Oscar's mouth drops open very slightly.
Okay, you do see. Good. That is the problem.
I understand. Yes. Well, as much as anyone can understand this sort of.
Ah,
Oh dear.
yes. Oh dear. You wanted to know.
I did. And
She's
thank
kind of
you.
looking out one. She's kind of looking out one of the windows at the moment, like, okay, now we're here.
There's a very small crowd that's not so much gathered, but is at least discussing the most recent events. But for the most part, the city is just okay. Well, that was a thing.
Thus kind of rubs her, starts rubbing her eyes. This is not what I planned for today, and I just wanted to sell some things and find some buildings. I'm
Well,
sorry.
you don't have to apologize for anything, Tess.
Making your life more complex.
I think we're well past that point. Around the time that we got into Chaos Haunted Mansion within 30 minutes of meeting each other for the first time, we are so far past making each other's lives complicated.
All right. I I don't want anything to affect the decisions you make for your own happiness. Do you understand?
I'm going to be honest with you and say I'm not sure I do,
Oh,
but I know what I need to understand. So I
okay.
think I will in time.
Okay. Okay, Moon.
It
That's a
is.
better one than as the as the party turns. Days of our party. That's better than days of our party. Sorry, I'm following chat. I'm trying to inject a little levity because I'm still shaking a bit.
Yeah, no, of all the things that I breaking character a bit here. Of all the ways I was expecting this to go, you managed to throw the one curveball I wasn't prepared for. Nicely done.
I'm good at that.
Yeah, same actually. I'm gonna have a black eye from this curveball.
Please be careful of your current microphone doodle. You just peeked the hell out of it.
Let me move it a little further away from my mouth. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I had to dial her down by about 50%.
I'm really
fine.
sorry. I so prefer my other microphone, but apparently I ran out of charge after streaming with Albion and Andre this weekend. Whatever decisions you make, Oscar, you don't need to worry about me. You don't.
Well, we'll cross those bridges when we come to them.
Oh, all right. Rubs the side of her nose. Tears. That's new.
That's human.
I still struggle with that. On this episode of Nights, will Andre date Rodolin? God damn it. Telenova.
I'm not shopping for the cougar tag.
Sorry, I'll try and keep my cough down.
By the
Rollins
way,
less of a jaguar and more of a snapping tortoise.
oh,
I love turtles. Do not take that the wrong way. I both just mean because they fucking live forever.
I suppose I'm
Lord
gonna have to.
Moon.
Suppose I'm gonna have to do something about my eyes. Where are my ears?
I have them in my pocket here.
Oh.
Unfortunately, it seems the band has been damaged, but it
Oh.
should be repairable.
I felt like I couldn't breathe. Sam, we should probably not stay. I think this was someone's house once. That's why my hands hurt. How did I do that?
I think that was your own. I think that was your own claws.
Yes, but daggers have a hard time punching through my scales. How?
I mean, from a mechanical perspective, your claws grew through your skin to emerge the way they did. If they weren't capable of breaking it, they wouldn't be there.
Oh. I don't know if that's how that works, but ow.
I'm sorry. I'm an engineer. I'm not a natural theologian.
I could introduce you to one.
I think I would be severely outclassed by any of the scholars you know. They're elves.
No, I know some human ones. I know a dwarf. 2, actually. I can't remember the names right now. That's not surprising. My brain is strange right now. Okay. Later. I need time to think.
Do you want me to go ahead and try and get Andre to move on, or would you rather just face that as it comes?
Oh, much like a bandage, it's probably done sooner rather than later. I mean, I really have no interest in him. That's a whole nother can of worms.
To be fair, I think he got that point.
I don't know. I've tried saying no, not interested in small ways before.
You cursed him out in the middle of the street. On his horse, no less. I think he's got the point.
Did I take him off his high horse?
Metaphorically, if not literally, yes.
Well, that's something good at least to come out of whatever happened. Oh, it's still fuzzy.
That reminds me, I also insulted him after you ran off, so I'm probably due an honor duel at some point, so, that'll go well.
I'll fight in your place, it'll be fine. I've wanted to give him a pounding for a little bit.
Not in the way he hopes, I fancy.
No. No. No.
And making that innuendo, Oscar just breaks down laughing, true, from the gut. All the tension in the room has broken. He is laughing his ass off.
No, that's definitely laughing too.
Okay, Andre, you hear 2 people break down in utterly uncontrollable mad laughter upstairs.
Oh, this is going to cause problems down the line.
I silently accept that my prayers must have worked. I'm like, I've caused this.
Yeah, I guess you did in a roundabout way.
Yeah, yes. I didn't understand what I felt, Oscar. And it was while I was angry that I saw it. And I realized how far I would go. And then I was terrified. Oh. Hmm. If we're in here for too long, he's going to come up and investigate. Or someone is.
All right, I'll go first. And saying that, Oscar is going to stand up and walk down the stairs until he can see Andre.
I'm going to get up and use my coat to dry my eyes and try and find. Oh, god damn it, there's not a mirror in here. This is an empty room. It's why I fled here. I don't have a pocket mirror. Okay. Belt goes back on. Uh, I'll hang my jacket over my left shoulder so the tear in the shirt isn't as visible. Oh, I look a mess.
Sir Morehire of Bretonia, I understand that my words earlier in the street were offensive in a way unbecoming of someone of my station communicating with a knight. I completely understand that in the face of what has happened, you may wish to conduct an honor duel to which I will accept. And while I will do this if you feel it necessary, please be aware that Scions of the Empire duel with pistols, and I will not make an exception.
And even if there
And
was
he grins.
even if there was an exception, I'd take his place. Comes from upstairs.
Andre will laugh a bit as he sees Oscar. He'll be like, "Oh no, such untoward things happen all the time on the lance when you're on when you're on a duty. Younger knights always speak such ways to older knights when they don't wish to follow orders and such. I don't think anything that you said was untoward."
I'm glad to hear that, but jokes aside, you have my genuinely severe apology. Next time we're in the place, I'll stand you a bottle of Bretonian Red if we can find one in this town.
I know where to find one. It says Thess coming down the stairs. Thess is Sans ears. That's the first immediate visible thing. And she emotionally, physically, her in her stance, she looks like she's just basically faced a couple of Stormskavens, like on an emotional level, solo. Like she looks, there's not a lot of pep in her step. Her shoulders are slumped a little bit. She just looks drawn and tired. She's not wearing her coat. It's draped over her left shoulder. Keen perception rules might note that not all the buttons are on the coat anymore.
Uh, Andre is visibly glowing because I did spend a fate point on a prayer.
Ah. Really?
And I'm smiling a little bit, just kind of like in a slightly forced way. I just say, didn't wish to intrude on anything, and I uh, very intentionally I say, Thesserau.
Thank you. Thess or Thesserau, not lady, not my lady. If we have something formal going on, Frau is fine, but I am just Thess.
Sure.
Thank you. Um, we need to get these sold today. We don't have much in our coffers at the moment. Especially if we're getting you armor.
Oh, of course. Well, is there anything else you need?
Need? No, a long night's sleep, I think. but that's not happening now. There's too much to do today. Um, let's yeah, let's go. She kind of rubs one of her eye ridges. That's oh, God, I wish I still had my ears.
I'll get them fixed up. It's the metal's a bit twisted, but if I reheat it, I should be able to bend it back into shape in a very short amount of time.
Thank you. I really felt like I couldn't breathe. Everything felt constricting. Um. Okay. You're blocking the door, Andre.
I just get up onto my horse. Apologies.
Thank you. I some of what I said, a lot of what I said, was probably greatly unkind. I I have had a lot to handle in the last few days. It does not necessarily change the simple fact that I am just not interested. And I can't do anything about that.
That's fine. I don't do what I do to be treated kindly. I do what I do because it's the right thing to do.
Sorry, I'm standing here reading uh, Albion's comment, just pointing at it and laughing. We need to go and get these sold. Let's handle this and I'll deal with the everything else later. Oscar,
Yes.
do you
Yes.
mind if I adopt your accent again? I like it.
If it's more comfortable with you, by all
It
means,
mo-
go ahead.
it most certainly is. Thank you. And like that, she's off. She's not moving nearly as fast, but definitely with purpose. The jacket is kept carefully over the tear in the shirt.
Oscar is going to make eye contact with Andre as he climbs back on the wagon and starts driving the horse. And there is no adequate words to associate that could be associated with the emotions he is trying to convey in a simple stare and a raising of the shoulders right now.
Uh, After the light of the prayer goes away, you do actually see a brief moment where Andre gives you a bit of a nasty look and just kind of goes back to like a smile that he puts on.
Huh.
It's like, well, there's much to do.
Hmm.
DM, do you mind if we skip over to one of the other groups?
Yeah,
I kind of need a minute.
but
I haven't even I have an even better idea. Do we want to take 5 or
yeah, yes. I need to take 5. My
They can
hands are
take
better,
5.
but
I'm good to go.
yeah, no. Yeah, if we're able to switch over to another group, that's fine. I've done my thing today.
okay?
I'm good. I'm happy to just be for a minute. Albion, thank you so much for
Ooh.
playing off of me so well.
That was a great scene. Really well done.
Yeah, yeah. Now I
Now
can
you
get a
go.
decent night's sleep.
So,
Wait, what?
is it safe? Is it safe yet?
No,
It,
Yeah.
give it a minute.
uh, yeah, uh, yeah. So for those watching, who are not familiar with how thoroughly I can sometimes channel things, um, I pulled a whole bunch of emotional baggage of my own to do this. Uh, and that is why this has been hard for me. It has also been the reason why I have not really been sleeping for the last week and a half. because this has been running through my head for about since not last Wednesday, but Wednesday before last. Um, so yeah, it's been tough. So now I can get a good night of sleep, and you guys are more than welcome to go and do things. Thank you, all of you.
Well, Ronald or Lucia, who's going next?
Depends, because whatever is more interesting to you, because Rodlin currently is attempting to study basically take notes on souls and and the magic of that place.
Roll for it.
Did you
High
make those
roll.
rolls yet?
Roll a single d10. High roll goes.
Yeah, I was gonna say just do initiatives.
I got an 8.
Got a 1. You're up.
Okay.
I'll take 5. I'll
Fucking
take 5 real quick and grab a
slowpoke.
snack.
Make me those rolls when you get back, please.
Got it.
So Lucia's just in here. Dear God, I was unaware they could make memes that fast.
But never underestimate the power of memes.
Lucia has gone back to the university that she was supposed to go to, shown the paperwork, and and she's in here. Unless you want me to go through the process of showing the paperwork, and she's going to proceed to begin cleaning the scale mail and while it's sitting, she's going to start reshaping her leather armor for Rodolin.
Make me an intelligence roll.
Sure. Succeed by 2 degrees.
All right. It's not super clean, but she's able to speed through most of the paperwork process. She finds a couple of people who had started it with her prior, and anyways, that part's pretty painless. It's no DMV experience.
Ugh. Imperials and their damn stamps. You need this kind of stamp, then that kind of stamp, then this stamp from the highest pillory of the tallest man who sits on his bum all day.
Maury would look over and murmur out in Kislevian, "Don't forget, stamped, stamped, and stamped. Also, they try stamp head, my head."
That's Maury.
As the Imperium does love their paperwork and their stamps and their wax seals, etc., etc.
She pets Maury on the head where they tried to stamp him, thinking to herself, he has more rights than I do.
He headbutt nuzzles into the hand.
Okay, hold this.
You be citizens from.
She's getting him to like hold the armor down for her so she can pull out the scales that are clearly broken and need total replacement.
Yeah, he's using a due to the lack of thumbs, he's grabbing part of the chain skirting with teeth, holding it taut to hold down the spot she needs. Easier way to apply pressure than just put claw or put paw on and hope it doesn't puncture.
You're doing good. You're doing good. She occasionally takes a strip of salted goat and passes it to him.
Little bear tail wags.
What did person do? How do you end up with armor with this much poop rust on it?
I don't know. I am just a bear.
She pauses a moment.
Maybe
Looks at Maury.
Water. Maury blinks.
How long have you been talking? And I've just been accepting it. Right.
It.
She puts her hand on her hip. How many days has this been? 2, 3, 7?
Since we come to city, and leave the rat's nest first time.
Oh. If it's working, it's working. So long as you don't start speaking in demon.
I may have eaten a bone I should not have eaten.
Morty, when man says he wants to put bone in me, it doesn't mean you eat his bone.
No, Sky, the, the, the warriors with no meat.
Oh, skeleton. Yes. Pluck, pluck, pluck. Pound, pound, pound.
Claw pound, claw pound.
Where do you think they ran off? Do you think they're having more luck at Merchant Place than we are here?
Or luck than Talking Bear and Mother Ice Witch.
Speaking of which, why is it so hot in Forge? She's like taking off her jacket. She's taking off her winter gloves. She has these big heavy gloves and this heavy leather like apron on, but she's like taking off everything she doesn't have to wear.
Maury's panting heavily. At least you take off things. Fur does not come off. Fur no come off.
She pushes her hands together and forms a piece of ice, and then sticks it under Maury. It starts putting one under everyone under his paws. There, that should cool you off a little bit.
Trust me, folks. Bears without fur look cringy.
They look terrifying.
She looks at him for a moment. Tilts her head. She reaches forward very, cautiously. And grips the furred collar around his neck. Look, I know you probably don't want to, but I think I need to take her off for a little while we're in here.
You blink a little bit as you reach to the collar. Why for remove? You see the bear try to struggle for a word it doesn't know, a word it shouldn't possibly know, and he settles with gesturing up with a paw.
I promise I'll put her back on, but you're overheating, and if you pass out, I don't think I can drag you out of here. If you go sleep because heat, I can't move you. So, if you don't mind...
Roll me... Do you have animal care or animal charm?
Yes, I have both.
Alright, whichever one is higher with a plus 20 bonus.
I think it best we take your mom off for a little bit. We can put her back on. With a animal charm with a plus 20, that is 3 degrees.
Reluctantly, Maury nods. Okay, remove. I trust.
She slowly
He lifts his head up to give you better access to his neck.
This is like some sort of ritual or something as she's removing this, because the furred collar is actually his mom's pelt.
Yeah, sensing a disturbance and also simply hearing you talk back and forth to someone, the butler would have... you're back at the manor, correct?
No, I'm at Oscar's university where they have a forge.
Oh, never mind.
There are other people around watching her talk to a bear.
Yeah, there would be a stray person who makes their way over. Ma'am, are you feeling all right?
I am fine. I'm just... Bear is helping with armor things. Helping hold things in place.
No, I noticed that. You trained him quite well. You just...
Oh, because I talked to him?
You seem to be having a conversation.
Oh, so I've had him since he was, tiny. been together a long time. It's easy for us to talk, and he mostly understands. He very well trained.
So you're not feeling hysterical?
Oh no, no, I'm fine. She pulls out a flask, takes a shot. Would you like some?
Yeah. They reach forward. The student with a bad bob just knocks back a shot and passes it back.
He has had some bathtub gin.
Fucking hell.
See, it's fine.
And thus ended the career
and
of him as he went blind.
thus he died.
Okay, so that's not a crit fail, but he starts hacking up a lung.
Oh, you're not used to Kislevite gin. I get it. Sorry about that. If you want, we can keep it down. I can talk softly.
No, I'm... what even is that?
Oh,
is that cleaner?
Oh, no, it's just Kislevite gin. The stuff we clean with is stronger than this.
Oh God, it gets worse. More preserved meat. I feel like I'm
at this point, he sees her pull up another flask and look at the two of them and realize that they're identical and go, "Oh wait, no, that might be the cleaner." Hold on, let me test. She opens both flasks and pours them on the armor and looks to see which one dissolves the rust faster.
Me too.
And she goes, "Oh no, that was the drinkable stuff. You're fine."
Hang on. There is a coin floating around here.
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no!
I'd say the gin's faster.
There's a oh right, hold on. Wait, do these have heads and tails?
Yep, heads and tails.
Oh god. Okay, so on tails he has a bad day. And let it drop.
Okay.
Heads!
Holy shit, you gave him the right stuff.
You can't tell the difference anymore.
Alright, so it splashes on the armor and there's a moment of pause, but the one you just pulled out starts dissolving away some of the rust and grime with an almost alkaline hiss and fizz.
No, I handed you the drink. The cleaner stuff is the other one. She takes out a smudge stick and marks the one that's not supposed to be drunk with the black smudge. There, now they're marked. I feel like I just might be convicted of attempted
After what
murder.
feels like an impossibly long time, their mouth starts moving again. And with a blink, they just... I have to go iron my shoes, and they just take off running.
Lucius is there and goes, "Well, sometimes I have that effect on men." Looks at Maury. How many of you scared off?
Aww.
Well, good.
There are a couple of individuals, men and women, who are staring at Lucia from very much across the way in a sort of huddled, protective nerd corner. But that seemed to be the only one who was brave enough to come and try to talk to her.
She waves friendly at them. Goes back to work.
Roll charm to not be intimidating.
To not be scary. Okay, I don't have charm, so this is gonna be funny. I need a 21 or less.
Okay, then roll intimidate if you have that.
I do have intimidate.
All right, roll intimidate.
I have failed by 3 degrees.
On intimidate?
Yes.
So there would be a pause, and another one of them, slowly makes their way forward. I couldn't help but notice you from across the way. Do you need help turning the bellows, or anything that involves thumbs that can't be helped by this fine fellow? As he gestures to the bear.
She looks him up and down. It would be appreciated. It would make this faster.
Okay. Is he gonna bite me?
Oh no,
Should
no,
I?
no, no. As I was explaining to I think he went to Iron Shoes. I didn't know you had to do that. He's very well trained. I just took she motions to the collar that's on top of her jacket. I took that off so he could cool off a little bit. He's very well trained. He's very smart.
Oh yes, I imagine that would be quite heavy given all of his already heavy fur.
Yes, yes, and your Empire Summer is doing him no favors. I may have to give him she mentions under her breath a small fur cut. But anyway, yes, yes. Any help would be appreciated. I just need to get this salvageable and then put all the new scales in it. And this over here, she points to the leather that's like been slowly restitched. With making for the old man. Well, remaking to fit old man.
Then allow me to help you. I recently repurposed some of my grandfather's old armor into, well, technically supports, but some of the same principles apply. How old is your gentleman?
Oh, the Rodolin, my friend, is like ancient Turkey.
Okay, so supports in the back and spine and lighten up the overall weight of the shoulders. Okay, that's fine. I can handle that, or I can help you with that if you would like.
I would. It would make this go a lot faster. The scales are for me. I'm changing out to them, and then he needs to do the. She pauses for a moment and realizes very quickly that in the Empire, it's not okay to passively just talk about magic.
I was going to say, are you talking about scale armor or?
She took the rusted scale mail we found, and now she's working on fixing it by getting
Can you make me a perception check, please?
Sure. That is cocked. Let's try that again. There we go. 58. I'm gonna spend one of our lovely, lovely audience fate points. So let me just rip that out of the bowl and throw it again. Oh, that's even better. A critical failure.
Okay, so you go back to working on the stuff, turning your attention away from them, and as you ignore them, you wouldn't notice as they turn back to their friends with a very, like, encouraging thumbs up, like, I can do it, I'm this far along.
He does not know what he's getting into.
All right, I will make you a trade check as he starts helping you with the leather.
Okay, I will roll my trade. Yay skill, I picked yay skills I spent points on. Good God. Alright. These dice might be going to jail. Success on the money. Dead on. Having a day. It's okay. It's okay. I'll live with it. I like my little blue dice.
God damn it.
Oh, he rolled giggity.
Well, sadly, they're not much of a. Sadly, they're not that much of a help. They don't make it any worse. Um, they stop about halfway through. This armor is surprisingly damaged. I'll need to get a couple of wooden reinforcements to slide in the back if we're going to have any chance of fully finishing this. Let me look up over to Lucia and turn bright red before turning back down into the leather armor. Sorry, I'm just thinking aloud, mumbling to myself, and God, you're pretty.
She looks at him. Alright, I'm going to say this to you only once. You seem like good kid. But no. I am Kislevian Ice Witch. That is what the armor is for. I am not allowed to even accept your compliment. But I am allowed to accept your company.
Okay.
However, should you get any other ideas, I assure you the bear has scared off enough male suitors that there may be an entire inn that requires alcohol just to forget about him.
No, you're scary, and that's exactly my type. But I'm a gentleman, and I promise I won't make any toad advances. Please don't sick the bear on me. I like being alive.
You're into being scared?
He turns red, nods a little bit, and stares down at the leatherwork, just stitching in the same spot over and over again.
I thought Oscar was strange. Are all Empire Boys strange?
He shakes his head, though clearly it seems you were talking to yourself. He seems to nod reflexively anyway. No, miss, I'm just kind of an odd one.
Right. Well, you were brave enough to come over. I will not subject you to the alcohol because it seems like you Empire Boys aren't able to drink it.
I'm willing to give it a try. Where did you get it from?
Kislevi and Jin, I made it.
If you made it, then I must try it.
Oh no, I'm gonna have this entire class unconscious. She pulls out the half-drunk flask and hands it to him. She makes sure it doesn't have the black smudge on it. I'm gonna murder them all. I'm gonna feel so bad.
There's a pause. Hi, kitty cat. There's a pause as he takes a sip, takes another sip, and then proceeds to knock back a rather large swig before pulling it back, wiping his mouth. I'm so sorry. Where are my manners? That's exquisite.
Blink.
The flavor is rather harsh, but there are some very quality undernotes of fruit and the dried the did you use the wood of the juniper to make it? This is incredible.
She takes the flashback, realizes it's almost empty, looks at him. Are you going to be okay, or are you just are you really good with alcohol?
Oh, my family has a um I come from a family of liquor merchants.
Oh, oh, that's good. Hmm.
I came out here as they weren't sure if there were any possible strange ingredients that could be procured for new um brews, but after tasting this, do you think you could make more like this?
I have more, like a
Would
lot.
you be willing to sell it?
You want to buy Kislevi and gin? Then sure.
Well,
She
it will need
extends
to
her
be.
hand very cautiously. I am Lucia Blick. Who are you? Oh no, Moon has to go roll a name.
My brain is just like yelling, "They're Jim Beam!" No, they're not. Shut the hell up.
Yes, they are.
Jack Daniels.
No, hang on. They are. So the human names. Oh, it's uh I am of the where the hell are you? I am of the minor trading family Eichmann. Uh, I, uh, I am Johannes Eichbaum at your service. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Lucia.
Johannes. Well, Johannes, I am here in city on a mission from north, and I stopped because we wanted to fix this armor, and now apparently I'm going to be making alcohol. Huh. Unexpected. But yes, I
Oh,
can.
indeed. It was strange to run into someone. I, if anything, I'd like to try. My family has been trying to find distributors and all other sorts of flavors throughout the city. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Cat, what are you doing? Please stop. We don't climb on that. But please, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm here to help you with your project.
Very well. So I used to wear this leather. We're now going to have to refit it for my friend Rotterdam, which means that less give in chest and more give in the crotch. And over here,
I was going to ask, though I had been struggling to find a manner to do so, why the armor seemed so shapely, but knowing that it was originally for a form like yourself and is being retrofitted, that explains quite a bit.
and this scale we found in on latest excursion for city anti-rat watch, and I
Oh, you're with some of the folks heading below?
yes, we've been
Ah,
below
delightful.
twice now.
Oh, you're braver than most. Only a few of the white clay or the white cloaks have gone down more than 2 times.
Oh, how should I describe? It is my job to deal with this sort of thing. I I came here originally chasing Orc. Orc is now lost to me because I lost trail. And Mori couldn't find his scent either. But one reason it was lost is because we ran into carriage that contained Lady Albert.
Oh, You ran into her ladyship?
She was under attack by bandits, and one of them was of the particular great enemy. And we killed most of them with the help of her guards. Then she
Interesting.
insisted that I ride with her into city, and now we haven't had opportunity to go back and pick up Trail of Orc again, which means that I am technically failing on mission. But
No, I don't think you are, Miss Lucia. There had been a... I thought they were wearing green armor, but we watched the armor bleed when an arrow penetrated the shoulder. There was a rather muscular greenskin that had made their way through my family's lands a short while ago, flanked on either side by a couple of wretched beast folk.
wait. Very quickly, Orc take hit, he regenerate, like Troll.
Oh, is that what happened? We thought that a potion was drinking or that the armor had fully failed to puncture in, but yes, we watched the arrow just get fully embedded in the creature's shoulder.
Oh. By Ursus, I think I'm in the right spot.
Well, you're a little ways away. It's a bit out of the city. It was on one of my family's shipping lanes.
You say he was flanked by beastmen.
I think so. Either that or they were just really shaggy humans. Or perhaps accursed mutants. I'm not really sure. Unfortunately, his story is only coming third hand.
That is very bad. Very well.
For what it's worth, the reports say he didn't actually cause any damage. It was more as if he was wandering from one place to another. The arrows only seemed to bother him, though. Sorry, I'm not more help.
You are being more help than you realize.
I am? No, wait, you can't accept compliments. I mustn't, but I want to.
I cannot accept.
Look over to the bear. I can't compliment her directly, but I can compliment her to you. Your maternal figure is so filled with grace and beauty. Her intellect and knowledge knows no bounds. Which, oh, why? Why, Mom, please make stop. Yes, I agree completely. She's so... Yeah.
Listen. I'm going to phrase this to you a different way. I already have Cheslavoy, and I cannot accept the affections of another like you were trying to get me to. And especially don't tell it to him. He will
What
get...
is Look, you are betrothed? Oh, I am so tremendously sorry. Please forgive me. I meant no disrespect.
She's sitting there. And Maury now sees her getting secondhand embarrassment as she slams her hand into her face. No, it... Right, Empire ignorant of Kislevites way. Alright, so I am Ice Witch, yes?
Yes.
She forms an ice crystal in her hand to show she can do it.
This would have caused a minor amount of panic if he wasn't simping.
She places the ice on the back of Maury's neck to cool him off.
Bear lets out a happy groan.
I vow of chastity. I already have Cheslavoy. I think a rough translation for you is the shield husband. I cannot take your flirting.
please, I meant no disrespect. As I stated, I
No,
did
no, no,
not.
no, no. You're ignorant, not stupid. Big difference. Stupid means you would have known better, but you didn't. So it's fine. But I do have to ask you to keep it to yourself right now. Okay?
Oh yes, of course, milady. I had assumed that the bear was with you for protection, not for companionship. Oh, well, primarily companionship.
Oh my! Lucia has a sim.
It can be both.
I shall I shall attempt to reframe my perspective of flirtation into one more correctly suited for adoration.
Very well. Lucius is sitting here in the back of her mind. So long as it gets him to keep helping with the armor, I'm happy. And it gets the address, and I get the address to wherever his family estate is, because then I can start hunting for my target again. Do you know a man named Oscar?
Oscar. Wait, no, no,
Hertzsprung.
that's Wesker. Oh, yes, I know a young Hertzsprung.
Lucia gets this, like, slightly evil villain look on her face for a moment. What do you think of him?
Mr. Hertzsprung?
Yes.
I think he's pretty interesting. A little tightly wound at times, hence why a few people refer to him as Hertzsprung. Not not in a mean way, not necessarily in a mocking way, just concern. We notice him working on a lot of firearms, and it wouldn't normally be that worrying if he wasn't so tightly wound. But otherwise, he seems like a fairly interesting fellow. Nice lad, good glasses.
Good.
I can't say I've had more than a passing hi or hello with him, though, so I don't know him personally, but from what I've seen and from what I've heard, he seems okay.
I see. That is good to hear that my perception of him was accurate. Anyway, shall we get back to work?
Uh, 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 oh, oh.
What?
Yeah, work. Let's work. Let's work. I would like to work now.
She puts a gold crown in his pocket and gets back to work. Like an actual crown. There you go. I threw it.
Okay, those dice changed as soon as I set them down, but that was originally a roll of a 16 to start working on the leather again.
Oh.
So it seems after you both pay and liquor up the man, his stitch witchery skills became just excellent.
Okay then. We can go to Rodolin now. Because that's what she's going to be focused on the rest of the time.
To answer your question, Rodolin, I would say 5.
Oh, okay. So first one was a 64. And is there a specific skill that's being used here, or is it just against my intelligence?
Does he have any theological training?
Theological training. Not exactly I mean, he's got a lot of scholarly stuff, but I don't know if it's theological specifically.
Do you have academic knowledge, theology?
That was something I was planning on getting him in a next couple of XPs, but not
This
presently.
definitely seems like a good catalyst for it. So yeah, it would be pure int then.
Okay. That is one fail of the 5. One success by 3 degrees.
All right, so it was 64, and then what? And then what?
21. 21 out of 61 intelligence, which I believe I had 3 or 4. Then 64, then 21, then 60, passed by literally 1. 28. 2. 2 for check 4, and 81 for check 5.
Okay. I think I lost count somewhere because I have 6 rolls for you.
Oh, did I really make an extra roll?
Yeah, I've got
64,
64, 21, 60, 28, and then 2.
64, 21, 28.
Or, sorry, 64,
60.
21, 60, 28, and then 2.
Then I did make an extra roll, so I guess the 84, the 81 is extra.
Perfect. So you get to ignore that second fail.
Excellent.
And it actually makes sense that the first one failed, as moving around to a couple of the spots where the raven hadn't burned away completely, there seems to be what remains of a sort of heavy parchment or vellum, or it's hard to tell as it's slightly burned and charred along the sides, but he can make out the effigy of a black raven, which he'd be able to recognize as the symbol of more. But aside from that, and aside from its the god's significance with death, there's not much that can be gleaned from one that's been partially charred. However, the remains of the undead, along with the plinths that they were stored on, are still more or less intact. Each of the risen have been put to rest. There's no animate energy left in their bodies, and the plinths only seem to have a little bit of lingering. Not actually. Is blue magic the time related one, or
Yes. Or
okay.
somewhat speaking, yeah. Yes, it is the future, past, time.
That's what I
The
thought.
sky.
There would be very faint, lingering traces of blue magic around the plinths, um, overlaid with amber energies.
Hmm.
But these seem to have been here for a much longer time than recent. They don't have the same triangular scars and odd bits of green fleck embedded in. They have far more elaborate rituals and seals. Um, in one instance, there's near the plinth, there's the burned off remains of the purity seal.
Hmm.
But making his way down to the bottom to where the plinths are, two things would become aware. One, this truly was originally designed just to hold ice and other cold materials, as the rates of wear and tear on the stone plinths, they're much newer than the surrounding material by easily centuries. The simple lack of erosion from standing water is present in the makeup of the foundation of the stones. But there are plaques, faint and worn, but there's plaques on these. Um, Most of them are illegible, having faded with time, but one had been covered by a piece of fabric. Not much, not enough to save all of it, but enough to protect at least the bare bones.
Hmm. Fascinating. And the plaques, first the plaques themselves. There, is it just the plaques themselves? Do they have the name? They have the names of the people that were here on them, presumably. Is that what I can tell from the legible ones?
From the legible one, it seems to be more of just a general inscription. Um, Entombed here lies one of the six who dared fight, or who dared to defy the orders that be. Let them rest here and rot for all of eternity.
I see. Muttering to himself. So it wasn't just a deal that they didn't like. Someone cursed them here. Why the cold cellar? With the size? Was it simply the size of this place? It being sealed away? Or was the cold a part of it?
Moving around the various, um, I'm really not sure what the word would actually be, for uh, displaying bodies down in crypts. So I'm just going to keep going with plinth.
Beer, it's called, by the way.
What's it called?
A beer. B-I-E-R.
That's amazing. All right. So wandering around the assorted beers, you would eventually notice. Nope, hang on.
Hmm.
Nope, sorry, thought flapped away. Give me a second. It will come back to me. But right, that's what it is. On the on the beers where it looks like the heads of the individuals would have rested. There is rather well preserved, likely from the body on top, keeping it almost in a state of fossilization, preserved from the elements and air. A symbol that, oh, right, actually, a symbol that Rodolin has only, yes, has seen a couple of times, but one prominent time in particular, when the old wizard, in a moment of curiosity and exploration, allowed his soul to venture along the link and the tether back to the deepest parts of the undercrofts of the city, back into where rats mined and toiled, back to where various lords and ladies of sordid places linger, on a tent very much inhabited by someone above the Skaven station. It's a very similar symbol. Seems that whatever put these here were tied to that clan.
He's going to make a rubbing of that first make a rubbing of the symbol. And do you have a description for what that symbol actually looks like?
I think I have a description of it, having them written down. Hold on.
Ooh.
Alright. Alright, just checking to see. No, I don't think I do, unfortunately. Fuck, do it live. Okay, I got it.
Did he just?
Okay, no more push to talk.
Hey man.
Yeah, sorry, no more push to talk. I had to be on push to talk earlier. No more push to talk. Okay. It looks at first like a strange outstretched animal, and as you look at the symbol of it more, Rodolin, it appears to be a bat and a crescent moon superimposed on top of one another.
A bat and a crescent moon.
The two of them together gives it a facsimile of a fancy dress collar, popped incredibly high.
So a bat with a moon dress behind him, with emphasis on emphasizing his collar. Because the moon gives the impression of a collar pop tie. Yeah, that's some vampire shit if I've ever heard it. Actually, weirdly enough, weird that it's some vampire shit because I figured they haven't been here that long.
The stream
At least that was the
current has
presumption.
been armed. 5 seconds until detonation.
You mean what the hell?
Generosity from people tonight is a little overwhelming, and I am.
Oh, okay. I was like, what do you mean? They're vampires. They don't. They. Death is a suggestion.
No, moon.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, just a little.
Damn.
Hey, Fee.
Yeah.
We like you.
I like you too, but why?
Good. Why what? Why do we like you?
Never mind.
Because you're an awesome person, and we wouldn't be here without you setting this up. So we're incredibly grateful.
Correct. The three amigos would not have a game on Sunday.
I'm not broke. I'm gonna subscribe to your Patreon.
See?
It's speaking. You're cool. It's not a secret. Anywho, I preemptively tried to. So, what would I need to roll? Try and identify this symbol specifically. Would it be another theological thing? Would it be common knowledge?
History. High spice. History, if you have it, would help. And decrease the number of. Ow! That's my cat. No, down off the laptop. It's the dog. It's the dog cat. Yes. Hello.
In before he finds out that it's the crest of the family Wayne.
All right.
It would be if you have.
I
was going to say if you have any common knowledge, history that would help. I guess otherwise just int roll well.
Fair enough. Believe I have common knowledge. Believe I have common I don't know, common knowledge empire. I don't know if it applies, but either way, I'm going to steal an audience fate point real quick because I believe identifying if this is the vampires and they've been here a minute, that's kind of important information. Nine. So success by like a lot.
Oh, how much?
Well, my intelligence is 61, so.
Oh, damn, that's smart. Plus, you think he's not quite up to date. But that's fine. Yeah, that is. That is 5 degrees. Rodolin, after you take the rubbing, you rotate the image around several times, trying to recreate the angle that you last saw it from. And well, it's definitely faded. It seems to mirror some of the key points of the symbols found below, along with the symbols found branded into the into the blood-kissed Skaven. But okay, fine, into the Scampires. But it's slightly different. It's not quite the same. Most of the same strokes and notes are there, but this one is different somehow. Without having the two of them to compare side by side, it's hard to tell exactly what's changed on it, but it's just a little bit different.
I see.
But it's the same symbol across all of the 6 beers.
Find the powers. No, that certainly changes my hypothesis. So when a curse laid upon these men, they mentioned a deal that was not worth it. I had suspected that the curse would be someone, perhaps, would be perhaps someone pious cursing someone foul for making a deal, but this implies it was cursed by something. This implies it was cursed by someone of less divine stature. It's going to make sure that rubbing is really good of this symbol. And he is going to taking one last quick look around the area. Then one last quick look around the area. He's going to try and if there's anything else he hasn't noticed, then with the rubbing in hand, he's going to be heading to toward the library and seeing if you can spot Oscar on the way.
Nothing.
Oscar's working with the other two to sell the provisions at the moment.
I was gonna say if you go along the market way, you'd be able to run into them. Though I'd say on a 2, buried off to the side, you do actually find it looks like it's been melting along for quite a while, but you do actually find a small piece of ice. It's dirty. I wouldn't suggest,
Oh, I was gonna say it's dirty. It's like, oh, we're gonna pop it.
but you could easily wash it off. It's about the size of a fist. A human fist, not a rat ogre fist.
He's going to shrug and pick it up, toss it in his hands. What the hell?
Yeah, a little water, and it can be washed off. It's not. It looks clean. It looks like the water, whatever water they sourced it from, there seem to be no visible impurities in it.
Oh, this size?
Is he heading to the library via the marketway, or
He
just?
will probably head to the. He will probably head via the marketway.
Okay.
Want to let the party. He knows that's where the party is heading, and he wants to let them know he's found another lead.
All right. Then a lot of you are you're free to run into them if you want and RP that out. I will be right back. I need to take a bio.
Whichever one of you is least distracted by your. So who all is in the same area of are you all like a different stalls, or are you all in like a group selling things?
Probably a group.
Okay.
I was muted.
Yeah, you have heard no doubt that thus A does not have her ears and B is sans coat at the moment.
I'll probably be leading the negotiations because of Thessa's not feeling great right now.
She is weirdly still very professional when dealing with party business. She compartmentalizes pretty well most of the time.
That's fair.
Oscar's
Although,
not good
would
at
I?
negotiation. He's just driving the cart and doing the lifting.
Let me ask this: would I need a roll to cop that there was a vibe of something? Because I don't know how far the argument happened. That's the other question. I don't know how far the argument would have happened outside if I would have heard something.
This was moving pretty quick. She wanted to get the sailing things over, so it was 3-4 blocks away probably.
Okay.
She was on a move. She wanted to get this done so that she was not necessarily around people.
Yeah. Quick personal roll. He probably did not hear that then.
I'll throw you a bone and say Andre is slightly ahead and probably looks slightly visibly agitated, which is unlike him. The others can't obviously see because his back is to them.
Tess looks focused. A decent perception roll will probably. I mean, she never not wears her ears, and that's not a perception roll thing. Tess is missing a key part of her visible garb.
I see. And do I want to? I don't want to.
It's up to you.
I don't want to. I don't want Rodlin to keep the 94 perception.
Oh, okay. Go roll it.
I'm gonna.
Fate point.
Yeah, spin that fate point. Well, no, my boy Rodlin's got he got better eyes than that.
Gun.
31.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tess's jacket is it's not a visible tear, but there is one. Many of the buttons aren't there anymore that hold it closed. You could probably see that the left part of her shirt is torn, although the coat does hang over it. She doesn't have her ears on. And she is very professional instead of being kind of charming professional.
Out of character, this is probably poor merchant having to meet us like this.
Oh, no. I mean, Tess is. I mean, she's she's kind of like me at work when I'm not in the mood to be there. I'm absolutely pleasant and absolutely, able to work with the customers that come in, but there's not a lot of joking. I mean, perfectly pleasant, perfectly friendly. You have to really know Tess or have been around her enough to be able to say that, hey, something's off here.
Indeed. And so at first, especially between Andre visibly and her with a perception, he's going to, at what first was a rather would be a fast walking approach, is going to steady to a slightly faster walk, or slightly slower, or slightly faster than normal as opposed to a bit faster than normal, and is going to just kind of quietly go around one side of the thing and look up to Oscar. Excuse me, was there something amiss?
Oscar is going to covertly glance between Thess and Andre, and he's just going to say, the other shoe we were discussing dropped a little while ago.
Oh, I see.
Heated words and emotions were traded on all sides, including myself, I'm ashamed to say. But we're focusing on the work that needs doing.
Very well then. Plenty of time for feelings later. I came by. I would like to inform you, though, he's going to say, unfolding the rubbing he took of the symbol and presenting it. I discovered a new lead I'm wishing to follow up on. This symbol, he says, tapping it. When I was astral projecting down into the bowels of the enemy lair, I saw this symbol emblazoned above, or something very similar to this symbol. Not identical, but unmistakably of a similar design intention. Perhaps like a symbol, like an older, or this symbol, but aged through a couple of generations. On there, emblazoned above a tent, where I could only presume the unholy commanders were. Furthermore, I found this symbol while examining the place with the not so peacefully resting dead we just encountered. With the So I'm off to the library, wishing to see how deeply a connection between this symbol and whatever it stands for and this city may run.
Worthwhile endeavor, certainly. I think you may have found a good lead there, Rodlin.
Thank you. And I'll pass my goodwill along to them later, so as not to remind them, but best of recovery to you.
Thank you, I appreciate it, Rodlin. I'll be sure to let them know.
He's going to nod and head or he would be heading along to the library, but I don't believe Moon is back.
I was waiting for Rodlin to start taking off with Oscar. Oscar, was that Rodlin?
Yes, he found some symbols down in the basement where we met our latest bound of trouble. He's going to see if he can cross-reference it and find their source.
Oh, excellent. We do need to understand where those came from. They knew lizard men.
Yes, they recognized you on sight, which raised so many questions.
Yes, and they knew I wasn't a faithful of the Great Plan or of Sotek, I think the other one is. They knew I didn't have faith in the gods in the same way everyone else does.
Well, as far as I know, it's usually an aura seen in the ether, though Rodlin may know more than I.
I'm sure he does.
I mean,
If you want to run after him, he's like he's now just at a casual walk. He's like within a distance.
I'll be right back. Rodlin, wait up!
Straightens himself until he turns around. Yes, that's around. How can I
Oh
help
no,
you?
you should definitely eat Moon. There's some things about those undead that were unusual that might help guide your search.
Of course.
She's gesturing about, and it's probably at this point you can see the puncture marks on her palms, by the way, from when she clenched her hands tightly. They recognized me specific. Well, they recognized lizard men. Which means they would have encountered them at some point, as far as as I know, the empire, the empire hasn't, the lizard men haven't been up here. Secondly, they recognized pretty instantly that I did not follow the great plan and did not have any faith in it.
Well, I have. His eye, he kind of switches as he notices more of the markings, and on it, he kind of somewhat. He switches to a. His eyes soften. His usual aura of unending cheer is somewhat muted, and his
Oh,
eyes
geez,
soften.
sorry, I lost my temper. I didn't mean to.
Oh,
I only remember part of it. I should get these looked at. What am I talking about? I'm the one who looks at
perhaps if it was
them. I'm sorry. Yes.
perhaps if whatever was so, perhaps if something was so intense that you were so affected, perhaps you might let someone look after you in regards to that instead of yourself bandaging every wound. I know a
So, as
love.
I mentioned to someone else very recently, sometimes you can't, because when you say things, you can't undo them.
Perhaps,
It's
but in
it's
the
said
wake of
like she's very carefully quoting something someone else told her, by the way. It's not like, oh yeah, this is a piece of wisdom. It's like she's trying to remember it word for word.
very well. But there's also value in the aftermath, letting how to say. But when it comes,
Yes.
of course, but I'm more concerned by recovery.
Oh,
You've got
I'll
some
be fine.
injuries, and you deserve someone to help. Might be easy. Well, perhaps it might be easier for someone to look after
Oh,
your
are
injuries.
you talking these? She shows you both her hands have these puncture marks. These or the feelings.
Well, I was
Blink,
my
blink,
words,
blink.
the feelings.
Ah,
Words
yeah.
take time. Feelings take time, and I would not. As much as it is entirely truthful, my words had started with the physical.
Oh, well, I'll bandage them and
Oh,
uh,
nonsense. Let someone bandage them for you. You deserve
okay.
relaxation.
And I have a lot of thinking to do, but I already had a lot of thinking to do. This make w- uh, kind of like words are failing me. I need to think for a second, kind of looking off to one side. I need time to process a mountain of things. I'll be better after I have. We don't seem to get it. Anyway, I thought that information might be valuable. Uh,
Then I
they
have
had
one.
a footlocker of stuff. I've got it. I'm taking it back to the house. Happy to go with it. Go through it later. Um, but it might help shed a little bit of light on what was there.
Of course. And I have some information as well. But beforehand, he's going to take out a little rag, and he's going to take a little rag, and he's going to take out that one of the two healing potions, the one that he was carrying, those special ones, the ones that he was carrying around, and he is
Ooh.
going to
Okay,
going to
sorry.
put some first pull a little bit of a small vial of alcohol, pour it on there, and put a very very tiny amount of the healing potion.
Oh, I get to see one work. He kind of leans in to look at it.
Indeed. Watch how the light swirls, and even when it's poured, you can see it trickling
I'm pretty sure it's
through the
Elven.
bandage.
I'm pretty sure it's Elven. I think
Ah,
it's an
yes.
Elven recipe. I wrote a letter to my teacher. He might know.
It sparkles ever so slightly in the light.
Elvish medicine is quite something.
Yes, got to see a lot of
Once
it
had a
firsthand.
one, once had a gash that nearly from a wound that threatened almost to sever me in two, and now I don't even have a scar.
Unfortunately, the one I had that was as bad scarred.
Ah, understandable.
It was a
But now,
thing.
there you go, sir. Understandable. Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, go, 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 go. Tess is when not in business mode is a little more twitchy than usual. She's always a little um idea to idea to do you think this is a good thing when she's a
Mhm.
little excited, but she's not excited, she's just it's hard to explain.
Twitchy.
Yeah, twitchy is the best word for it.
Raw.
A little bit. I mean, she's not being outwardly emotional, but she's definitely
Let's see here. He's going to gently. May I see your palm?
I mean, she's been holding them up towards you.
Oh, in that case, he simply steps
I
forward.
don't have a camera to show what I've been doing for the last few minutes, which is holding them over my keyboard, palms up.
Right. He's going to gently rub the mixture of alcohol for cleaning and health potion for healing
Okay.
on the wounds in her palms.
I mean, she's fascinated by watching the magic work.
It stings a little bit, but as soon as Rodolin finishes cleaning off one palm and goes to the next, Thess would be able to, in real time, watch the flesh of the hand knit itself back together.
Oh, remember how? Why didn't you teach me to make these?
Um,
Oh, sorry.
I'm quite intent to. You don't mind me. I'm quite intent to learn as well.
Yeah, like
You
when the
know,
first one heals, like she literally said, like, remember how? Why didn't you teach me to make these? Like,
I should go calm. Perhaps I should
uh,
write a letter to.
remember how? White Tower of Learning, Hoth, I think.
Mm.
I have a courier I send it to, and they make their way to him. He travels a lot.
Courier that makes it all the way to the Elven lands.
Oh no, it's along the coast, and it then goes from there to another courier to wherever Meveral is.
Mm.
Sometimes he's in Elvenland, sometimes he likes traveling. He's really into history. You'd probably like him.
Oh, I've found myself in my travels getting well. I've met a great deal of elves, and most of the ones I've had the fortune of encountering were pleasant.
Oh, he's very pleasant.
I'm glad. I hope I get to meet him someday.
I do too. I have a bottle of wine for him, but he's got to come here and get it. I'm not sending it to him.
As you're talking, it's Thessa's turn to notice something.
Okay.
As the topic switches to elves, would you roll me a perception real quick?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing actually. Let's see here. Ah, I want to select both dice, you stupid thing. Thank you. Give me these dice. What is my perception roll? 54. And my dice roll away with a 50 even. That is a success.
You see his face his smile somewhat sinks and his eyes and he seems to be a little down the longer the topic lingers on elves.
Well, I mean, uh, known a few elves. I've known. I've spent some time with dwarves. Not recently. Well, no, more recently than elves. Um, I've seen a little bit of everybody. I think. For maybe halflings. I seem to have always missed places where they've been. I always want to try their food, though. Everyone talks about how great their banquets are.
I know someone who could make a pie the very presence of which could make a war for the halflings.
They had one, didn't they?
Indeed, but not over the presence of a pie. Distinction
Yeah,
there. It was
yeah,
something
that's true.
else related.
That's true. But even still, they call it the pie war. I read it somewhere. I forget.
Indeed.
I don't
Hmm.
mean to keep you from your work. I just
Oh,
thought you would. Oh, thank you for the healing. I just thought that would help you.
nonsense. I'm always eager to hear your input.
Okay,
And
thank you.
the information I have for you before I depart.
Yes.
He unfolds the rubbing again of the symbol, the bat and the crescent behind them. I
That
saw
looks
something.
familiar.
It should look familiar. It's a very you. This was taken. This was the symbol I got a rubbing from down in that makes the freezer. We'll call it the
Okay.
cold room.
Yes, I think that's where I saw it. Maybe.
I also saw it down below. A variant of it, emblazoned when I was scrying and astral searching into the
Okay.
camp of our foe.
Oh. Okay. Um. Thank you for researching this.
Of course.
I need to finish selling things. We need the coin and the resources. I'll see you back at the house.
Of
She kind of
course.
like takes a couple of steps back and then just pivots and jogs off, holding the coat down over her shoulder. Um, she's kind of self-conscious about that torn shirt, actually. Shirts are expensive when you have to have them tailored.
Thank you for your diligence, Rodlin.
Oh, of course. What kind of scholar would I be if I did not pay attention to such small sigils and details?
You're a credit to your kind, good sir. Thank you, mage.
He does it. He does it. He does it. He takes his he leans his little walking stick against one shoulder and does a theatrical bow. Making making sure to have a slight stumble on one leg to maintain. Well, certainly having a stumble on one leg because of the limp before he picks his staff up and says, "Well then, I should be off. I will bring the results of my hunt for knowledge to you at the house. And best of luck." Also, yeah, he looks like he has something else to say before he stops himself and nods his head and and starts turning around. And now, off to the library. To
Libri,
see how much
Libri.
the great book forest.
forest of trees.
I'm waiting for Moon to inject a merchant.
I was gonna say library or vend place. I thought you were going off to sell shit.
Well, we are going off to sell shit. Rodolin is going to Libri.
Okay, I'll get to Rodolin in a moment. I have a merchant to briefly inject as you go to vend things.
Absolutely. As mentioned, some stuff is going directly to the City Watch first.
For those who don't know, every single time Moon has injected a merchant of his own creation, it has been not only a real treat, but the closest thing to an NPC that's a main character.
This is
Oh,
not. This
that's
is
not what I
not.
thought you meant.
This is not an NPC.
That's not what I thought you meant, Fee.
This is not an NPC.
This is not an NPC.
Yeah,
Oh.
I saw
I
this
have.
coming a while ago.
This is half of what the character's been doing. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was getting everybody all hyped up, but I guess I was wrong.
How dare you?
I know, right?
They could be hyped up for other reasons.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
did he go? Did Jeffrey say something?
Yeah,
No.
absolutely no idea. Well, wandering around.
Jeffrey has not said anything yet.
There's Jeffrey.
Just want to make sure you're working. I saw your blip.
All right.
Well, wandering around town. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Not important right now.
Okay, wandering around town, a lot of you with a massive wagon of stuff to sell would notice smaller stands that largely look like they're assembled from bits of timber with a bit of cloth hanging over them. Fly by night merchants not smelling, selling all manner of nonsense. Uh, but since a lot of you first arrived in town, there's been a potion vendor who's been slowly and steadily building up things, largely ignoring the the call of the rats and such, but has been delivering very quality potions or quality draughts consistently. Um, Recently, they seem to have turned into a sort of general store, but the locals around town would largely just refer you to there. A few of them refer you to smaller shops and such very clearly, like, oh yeah, no, don't go to them, they're just competition, don't go to them, go to my cousin's place, or go to my uncle's place. But for most of the time they're like, oh yeah, he's a pretty fair merchant, slightly shifty looking man, but yeah, he's, as far as I can tell, he runs an honest place. He actually pays people for their work. Hasn't extorted or beat any of his employees yet. But keep being returned to a place called Supplies and More. Yes, spelled Morri. There's a handful of attendants down below give you a wave. Just, oh, hello, are you here to buy or sell? No, dumbass, you're supposed to say
We
welcome
are
to
here to
Supplies and
sell.
More. Oh, sorry, welcome to Supplies and More. Okay, yes. You're here to sell. Perfect. We'll start you up with a claim ticket. Please make your way. Please keep your sword holstered the whole time, Sir Knight.
You'll have no problems from me. I promise.
Yes. Well, anyway, yes, please. We'll start a claim ticket. We'll get your things filed out here. Um, what are you looking to fence a few things? Are you looking for any one specific thing in general?
We're always looking for plate. That is armor.
You're always looking for plate. Hi.
Oh, hello. Um,
She's known around town.
yeah, they stop for a moment as they're noticing that Thessarau's ears are gone. Just like,
Yes. Yeah.
um,
That's kind of a shocking thing because like she's never seen without them.
Miss, hi. Right. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm not looking my best today. It's been a rough afternoon.
Apologies, ma'am. You just caught me off guard. That's all.
I try not to do that, but I find I'm doing that a lot today.
Yes. Well, where are your things? We begin cataloging them.
Right. wagon outside. Oscar's there. This is Andre. You all know me. I'm Thess.
Wait, wagon?
Yes.
As in
A
a
full
wagon?
wagon.
From the
As in a
Oscar
wagon?
waved from the driving seat.
Oh, that okay. That's more credits than we're allowed to pay out. Boss, we can't afford to pay out that many crowns. They
We
brought a
take
whole wagon full.
we are in need of equipment and supplies as well. So there's plenty of barter to be had, and some of these aren't for sale. We're taking them to the city watch.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Our boss has a strict pass the weapons along to the watch policy. You're
Perfect.
not the first people who've tried to offload an armful of scale or some very clearly lightly used swords.
We have been hunting rats.
But
It's like one of these little charming smiles that she gives when she says rats, with like a little head tilt.
You get a mixture of two reactions. One is, "Aw, that's sweet," and the other is, "Good lord, get it away from me before it eats me."
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
But the two attendants, one hollers over to the other one, "Hey, Jack, fill the boss in whenever he comes down from doing paperwork. We're going outside to try and start inventorying a cart filled with supplies. A literal..." He looks over to where Oscar is, gives a very awkward wave.
We've been very busy helping clean out the sewers.
By more patient attendants. It is a literal cart of supplies.
Many are the bounties we've procured.
The one, Jack raises a hand. No, I'm good. I'd like to be able to sleep.
We've cleaned most of it.
And from inside there comes what at first glance appears to be a human, if it weren't for the odd collection of clothing that he's wearing. He seems to have a piece of garment from every province in the Empire, and a hat from Kislev for some reason. All of it is fairly well worn, though obviously better taken care of now than it was a little while ago. And his cape in sterling colors, but for those of you who have actually seen the vampire might recognize the tailoring.
I have.
Was the vampire that they fought not in traditional high Gothic style?
We have
Yeah,
not.
the style would be recognizable. The fact that it is well, no.
I mean, the one we
I've
fought
been
was more
along
of a
the
strip
Vampire
boy.
Coast, so maybe.
Yeah, that's true. You'd recognize it from the Vampire
I've
Coast.
also briefly met him before. Briefly.
Yes, yeah.
All right. All right, Dwindle. What's this I hear about the cart?
Okay. We should probably describe ourselves. If you don't remember us. This is pretty distinctive. She's just looks like she's probably. If you hear stories of Lizardman Soros, she doesn't quite measure up to being a Soros, but what else could she be? Um, well-tailored clothes, expensive. If you have an evaluate well-tailored clothes, currently has a coat kind of draped over her right or left shoulder. It seems to be missing a lot of buttons. Belt, boots, pants. Pretty straightforward. Andre?
I'm wearing a mix of plate and chain, and got teal and black livery on my tabard, and a gold lightning bolt and trim on it. And I've got a warm smile as I gesture over to the cart. And I say, oh, wait. Introductions. I gesture over to the cart to Oscar.
You see a fairly skinny young man, pince-nez glasses, very low quality stubble on his chin,
Oh.
deep sleepless bags under his eyes, dressed in the garb of one of the Nuln engineers. Oscar Hertzsprung of the minor trade house Hertzsprung. Pleasure to meet you.
That's all you whom are here.
Yeah, it's just the three of us. The others
Jeffrey
are busy.
will approach the lizard folk who's been introduced to him as Thess. And he's going to examine her coat.
It's elephant. Like I don't know how much fashion sense he has.
Love
It
it.
is in a. It is in a. Actually, I have a specific place it comes from.
Any fashion sense he might have is overridden by the necessity of the clothes when they wore out.
They were not worn out. Someone grabbed them very roughly and tore them off of her body.
Fair enough. I was referring to
Like,
Jeffrey's outfit.
oh yeah, no. But I mean, what I mean fashion sense, I mean recognizing where something comes from, not what you are wearing.
If it's from the Empire, he might know. Anywhere else, not a chance.
No, it is not at all imperial. It is not at all human hands.
So elven clothing, day 3 FurCon.
Yeah, yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
I see it's missing a few buttons.
I have them. They're in. Shifts around and here.
Your lads can't make quite as fine a stitch as whoever made this last. But we can get them back on for you.
I would appreciate that. There's a tear on the left side, and she pulls the thing off, and the left part of her shirt is actually torn. And underneath, I mean, her scales are normally green and gold, but there's a white patch, um, on the upper shoulder that's kind of visible.
Oh, dear me. Is that new?
The Oh no, the scar's old. The tear is new. Yeah.
Once
I,
again, we can patch the hole, but I'm afraid it'll never be quite as good as when it was new.
I'm kind of attached to these. I can't get another set, so any repair work would be most appreciated. I'll need another shirt. I find that humans don't like watching uh, shirtless.
Shirts is something that we happen to have a big box of.
Thank you. I'll gladly pay for one.
It's a loaner till we get this one back on you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm certainly glad to find honest merchants in town.
Ah, good sir of the order. Which one are you of?
Bretonia, Carcassonne, good sir.
I had not heard of any order of Carcassonne, but I'm sure it must be wonderful if it has a whole province to it that I haven't heard of.
Oh, perhaps.
What
It's
can I do
quite
you
the.
for?
Well, we're to sell these goods to you and see what wares you have, good sir.
Jeffrey is going to sort of glance over his armor once. Afraid you've already got better than anything we've got in stock.
Well, regardless, perhaps we could see what you would offer for some of our wares that we've procured. No. Gesture to the cart where, by no doubt, by now, his assistants are helping offload with Oscar.
Of this, we're quite sure.
Yeah.
But Jeffrey will then approach Oscar. And what can I get for someone from Nuln?
Uh, I am merely a facilitator in this case, Herr Tradesman. Primarily, we're looking to distribute these goods that we've salvaged from dealing with the malcontents down below for the good of the whole city. So, resources that aid us in continuing these endeavors may be useful. But overall, I'm content to leave most of the negotiating to my colleagues. I am here for my skeletal logistics, not mercantile concerns.
Fair enough. But you mentioned you dealt with malcontents below. You wouldn't happen to have a trophy to prove it, would you?
Oscar rummages in the wagon and pulls out one of the storm vermin halberds, and the other storm vermin halberd, and a handful of Skaven blades, and Skaven
Alright.
body armor, and then gives a kind of sardonic look as if to say, anything else?
I was expecting a tail, but this'll do.
Sigmar protects. Sigmar ain't gonna protect shit. Just drag it inside and don't touch the sharp bits.
All of the
Ta-
tails are already with the Rat Catchers Guild, I'm afraid.
This
Yes,
is fair.
tails are as good as coin in this town.
Also, lads, I've seen those when they're supposed to be used. These are alright.
Okay. We'll try and temper our expectations a bit there. Jeez, these are heavy.
But if you stab yourself, no potion.
Yes, boss.
Alright. And me reckons it's about this time when I should probably get to rolling those checks to see how much Jeffrey thinks it's worth.
Pretty please.
I must say, you've done remarkable work with the local peasantry.
Peasantry. Now that's one I haven't heard of before. All them be apprentices.
Oh, yeah.
Tradesman.
Oh, yeah. One of them hauling in a arm full of armor with multiple suspicious-looking patches having been all ripped off, I assume. Yeah, he took us in off the streets. I may or may not have been pickpocketing before this, but hey, it beats crime.
Much like how I found my squire.
Oh, what's a square?
A squire is a servant who helps me with my armor and learns the trade of a knight.
Oh, I guess that's kind of what I'm doing here. I'm learning the trade of a trade. To trade. How to trade.
This one will
Um,
fit.
It's more than just trade. I show you guys how to make all the recipes that I've got.
I struggle with a little bit of the brewing, but yeah, he is honestly he's a great boss. He pays us well, feeds us. He never tried to threaten us or anything. Honestly, way nicer than the people I used to work for.
Haven't had to. I've only had one minor disciplinary issue, and even then, that was something that could be turned around.
Yeah, they
These
were
are for
dumb.
those who do something too stupid to correct.
There'd be another one from the back just yells out, and that's why we keep coming back to work.
Jeffrey gets a 17 out of 79.
All right. They're definitely of a strange make, but they're good quality bits, good quality armor and such. Not really the stuff that the city guard would necessarily take, it just being a little bit too light, but this should easily sell.
Uh,
or did you, or is it all, is it still all decalified? I'm not sure how much of it got popped off.
Oh no! We
All
disconnect.
of the
No.
That is a hard server crash.
Oh,
What did you
fuck.
do?
It's okay. It's okay. I have an autosave. The autosave is 4 minutes old.
No, it's fine. Just oh shit.
We're back in.
Anyway.
Continue with what you're doing.
Yeah. I'm trying to find my purchase notes. Where are you? Purchase notes.
with regard to the item, any Skaven iconography that could be easily removed was.
Okay. It was oh, here you are. It was mostly patches and the like. A lot of triangle this, rat patch this. There were a few that seemed specialized to these ones. They didn't seem as generic as the others, but it was mostly a lot of patches added on. But Jeffrey, this is mostly human crafted. A few of the weapons look like they came out of a Dwery forge, but most of the stuff is surprisingly good condition, if a bit rough around the edges. Uh, down. God damn it.
Well, I was going to say,
I cannot find my fucking notes on the cell calculator, but I think it was basically standard cells about 50% of the value of the thing. This would roughly be somewhere around 75-ish.
I heard a number. Was that per each or is that per lot?
Somewhere between 60 and 75 per lot.
All right.
But I can figure out the number. I can figure out the number crunch of that afterward. That's not super important at the moment.
So I'm looking at this, and I'm thinking I can get most of it back. And I'm thinking 60 crowns for the pile. I'll do 70 if you still got the patches.
We might. We generally don't like to keep them around. Some of us have a very adverse reaction to even seeing them. Unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on your perspective, I suppose. We might have a few back at the house.
Next time you run across Skaven equipment, after you clean it up, I'll pay full Altdorf price. Assuming it's still got all the icons on it.
Suppose that makes sense. It's good trophies.
Yes, it is. I didn't even think about using them as trophies.
How would you feel about a rat ogre head, good sire? Would that look good
Yeah,
on your
no.
mantle?
Sadly, I'm afraid my ogre friend would just eat it.
Wait, ogre friend?
I mean,
Oh,
we've all
yes.
heard. We have all heard of Turg actually by this point.
Have you all not heard of Turg?
Yes.
Oh, he's a local celebrity.
Tail.
Yeah, he's a local. Like we've literally all heard of him by this point. Well, any of us who've been out on the town have heard of him. Let me rephrase that.
Hopefully in only good company.
Well, I do remember hearing back before I got together with these fine folks that an ogre did come around to the college buildings and asked to do manual labor for coin. I don't believe it got anywhere after he tried to, well, let's just say he mistook a few of the ratting cats for buffet.
Oh,
That sounds like Turg.
I mean, I've met a few ogres.
He's fine. As long
Okay.
as you feed him and keep him around kids.
Fair enough.
And no, he doesn't eat the kids.
Good.
I wouldn't want to have another large thing that's a problem. So good. As long as he doesn't cause a problem, we have no problems. So we're. Oh, I don't want to go back down there. I really don't. But we're likely to head back down there. There's a issue brewing that needs to be resolved. Um,
How brewing?
Not sure. If I'm being honest, we encountered several of the big black, really dangerous ones, and a couple of larger ones that were even more dangerous. Well, stronger. Kind of like Turg, only rat-like. Yeah, it's not a small problem, but I don't know how pressing of a problem it is. Usually, if they show up, it's a pretty pressing problem because if you don't take care of it quick, they tend to take over.
That's fair. Also, I may have a nugget or two that you might be interested in if you're going back down there. But it's not for outdoor company to overhear.
Oh, let's go inside and have a talk. Immediately, all business. Let's go discuss business.
Jeffrey is going to lead them inside, and he's going to point at a couple of apprentices, thumb over the shoulder, to indicate they should help with the wagon. And one of the older ladies he's going to point to, and then point to Thess's garments before pointing at a box on the far side of the wall. There's the shirts. See if you can find one that fits.
Absolutely. She'll go and kind of peer in. Let's see here. What role do I need to make, boss? Dear referee? Hunting for a shirt that'll fit my weird self. Hello?
Perception, please.
Thank you. Yes, that is a successful perception roll.
All right. There's a few things in there. Most of it clashes with your scales, but there's a few things in there that absolutely would complement them both in color and contour. Sorry, I was having a wire issue.
No, absolutely. I'm going to look for the clothes I'm currently wearing are very much like, hi, I'm in a settlement full of elves, and I buy the finest clothing they can make me, and that works with me.
It is just shy of having a giant elm leaf embroidered on it.
Yeah, the old one, the old clothing. I mean, the stuff looked amazing, and it was specifically made for her. And this time, that's not where I'm going. I'm looking for swashbuckly kind of clothing, like my merchant pirate friends that I sailed up the coast with wore.
Yeah, there's a few shirts mostly. The pants are all breeches type, but
I have pants. I need a shirt, really.
I was gonna say, but you're fine on pants. Yeah, there's a few shirts in there that have that roughly puffy appearance to them, but also would wear well, aren't made of like thin silk.
This one right here. It's a dark color. It's not quite a blue. It looks like it was a black and washed a bit. Perfect. This will great.
So every piece of clothing in Jeffrey's store has been washed by the apprentices.
Yeah, but I mean, even dark colors in the real world, even fancy dark colored clothes tend to fade over time.
Yeah, no, that's
Oh, I know what you mean.
Clarifying for even if it was on red, it is now clean.
Oh yeah, no, that's wasn't even thinking of that. This was like, this is a lightly faded color that obviously was black at one point. I like this. Was kind of the thought process.
That is actually something to specify. As opposed to a lot of the other stalls and even just some of the other buildings, even the one that Fess was in, this building is more or less immaculate. The floors are dusted, the shelves are clean, all things have been washed and scrubbed down. In many ways, it resembles a more modern store in its levels of cleanliness.
Um, I don't. I have a question for you, sir. Uh, trying to come up
Jeffrey,
with the Jeffrey. I knew your name. I'm trying to. Honorifics are hard for me sometimes. Um,
go ahead and call me Mr. Ratcatcherson.
Mr. Catcherson then. Um, who did your floors?
Oh, they were here when I got here, but I'm
No,
the
no,
one who
no.
scrubbed them clean.
Yes, yes, yes. The cleaning and scrubbing part. I'm in the process of putting together a venture of my own, and I am going to need help getting places in shape.
Oh, I'm in the middle of putting up a place I'm calling Apprentices RS.
Ah,
I'm sure that you can rent out a couple of hands for that.
excellent. I will be back to get your information when I'm ready to move forward. I need a place to change.
Very good. Just up here.
Thank you.
He then proceeds to direct you all upstairs. He will open the door to his room and allow Thess inside before closing it again so that she has some privacy.
Get the shirt on, make sure it fits in all the right places, and tighten the belt over it so it poofs out just right. And I'll uh, I'll drop the concealed mace from wherever it's currently hidden. And like, if is there a mirror in this room?
There would be, yes, but I think the Rat Lord has something he'll want you to roll for.
Okay.
No, I'm actually rolling something behind here. Everything has all of its edit tabs open, and it's
Oh yeah, yeah.
okay. That's not just on my
That's
end.
not just you on.
Oh,
No,
oh, thank fuck. Sorry, I was just really thrown off.
no.
Uh,
I'm going to strike the like in the mirror. I'm going to like strike the swashbucklery pose. I don't have my swords with me, but with like the mace. Like this is very much a I should look dashing kind of like a little bit of preening going on. Uh Trying to distract myself from from my outburst earlier today, really.
Wearing like a
And then
disc on her hand
I'll
about
head
like
back out afterward and
two
hand
inches
over the shirt and
across.
the coat.
Sorry about that. I had to step away.
No, no worries. I might have to step away pretty quick too, not to go to bed or anything like that, but take
No
care of some
offense.
personal matters.
Offense.
All the fluids I drank today are going right through me.
I was gonna say the first one fits, though it will need to be tailored a little bit. The second one clashes. It wasn't something she'd noticed until it was put on, but it clashes with the gold rim around her scale.
Uh,
Um, the rest fit about as well as the first one.
I mean,
Um,
I'll probably take I'll probably take the first one. I mean, it is just a loner. Until I get back to the house where I have more clothes, or until the shirt is patched.
I
Like,
misunderstood. I thought she was
yeah,
checking through
no,
several.
no, no. She's like, I found a shirt. I'm going to see how I look in it. So and does the whole like it's like when you get a new thing and you try it on, right? And then
Then
you post. Yeah, that's what
ah,
that is. It's
then
not a I'm trying on all these things. This is the one I want to try on, and it looks like it'll be good. I could be dashing in this,
then let
and
me reiterate.
yeah,
It's a little
Do
loose
the
in the neck.
montage.
It's a little
okay.
loose in the neck. Um, it's tightened the arms in so much that it makes her look yoked. Um, it's a little loose in the waist, but the length is perfect.
All right. I might keep this and have it tailored. For now, it'll be fine. Like I said, it's just a temporary thing. So, and after I figure it out, and it's a little tight, some of the places, but it's only temporary. I'll reconceal the mace and make sure everything's in place and bring out the coat and jacket. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, lass. These
All right.
face me thinks you're a lass. That's what I keep hearing associated with you.
Yes, I am. Thank you. Yes. Sorry, I don't have my ears on. They usually help.
Two of the attendants, one in the background, just murmurs, "Check out her arms. It's rude to stare, but also, yes, oh my lord, those arms are massive."
Oi! If y'all want to gawk, we got Tiffany over there.
Oh,
I'm sure she'll
sorry.
flex for you.
I'm sorry, the player is just trying. It's been an emotional night.
Back to work, boys. Oh shit! Hi, Tiffany. Chop,
By the way,
chop.
Tiffany looks like she could probably arm wrestle Thess and maybe not lose immediately.
Thess is okay. So Thess is not as strong as she first appears. Like she's really she's only really strength 35.
This is fair. But
She
most
is
people who heard anything about lizard folk hear big lizard and think, "Oh God, that's buff."
right. Like I said, she looks like all like if you've never seen a Soros before, you would look at her and say, "Oh, that's a Soros." She is a little. She's the same height but slender.
35 is also a little above average.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she did spend time with. She is still from that stock, but she is definitely much more of an agile, skinnier lizard that maybe the stories might have led on. So if there's a strong lady in the house, there's a good bet when it comes down to straight raw strength. Yeah, she could might be able to probably beat us actually.
If she tries, Jeffrey's gonna whoop her over the head.
Yeah, no, Tess isn't actually down for arm wrestling. That's really not her thing.
This is fair.
It is probably widely known that Tess sings and plays music and tells stories because she is all over town doing that usually. For what that's worth.
Fair enough.
All right, to business. Yes.
Ah, yes, the business. Assuming of
Thank you.
course that you find that shirt satisfactory.
For the moment, yes. If I'm to keep it, I will probably need it tailored. I might actually like this shirt. It has potential.
You've been
Hey,
doing stuff with me in bulk. I can throw it in for you.
Oh, thank you.
Bess, would you roll me a singular D10?
What dice do I want to roll? Let me just get back over
You
to the.
cannot re-roll this. This cannot be fate pointed.
Okay, no worries. That is a 5.
It has a singular pocket.
They're so useful.
It has one what?
A pocket.
It has a pocket.
Oh,
Yes, I think I will be taking this one. I will need it tailored, but it will do for now until those others are repaired. I thank you for patching them. Patching. Oh, what is the phrase? She says a word in Elven. Does Jeffrey
Jeffrey's
speak?
seems woman.
Does
Sorry, go.
Jeffrey speak any Elven by any chance? Yes, no, maybe.
No.
Okay. She says a word in Elven. It doesn't really translate well. Sort of like hurt, but not. Either way, thank you.
Thank you for bringing the business.
Of course. I've heard good things. I haven't had the chance to visit here.
Daphne, take it.
Coming, boss.
We need that stone taken in as little as possible.
Okay. Yep. Let me go get the kit.
Daphne's good lass. Wee bit scatterbrained, but she's good lass. Anyway, into my room, please. He's then going to usher the lot of you into his room.
Thank you.
Okay. Once all of you are in, unless some of you want to stay outside for some reason,
No, it'd just be the three of us.
he's going to close and lock his door before turning back to you. My group has found tears,
Tears.
and not the good kind. The kind that things can crawl out of.
Oh,
So you might run across one or more of those down there.
thank you for letting me know. Us? No, collectively. Yeah, I should kind of glance at Oscar. Um, remember how we were talking about what this place could be? Hello?
Me stout friend seems to think that there is going to be a much bigger one somewhere around here somewhere.
There is somewhere. I think we sort of know where it is.
Oh, grand.
Getting to it will be difficult. There's a lot to get through. We're not even certain it's there. It's just a guess. And there's a lot more going on here than at first glance.
In lieu of crowns, what say you to a dozen drafts, a couple of couple of tourniquet packs, a bar of soap each, and I can't remember the word for this right now. Damn it! And a set of poultices.
We would definitely use them. We do have a fair number of supplies, medical supplies of our own. What's the flavor on the potions? Our biggest problem is the ones that we have taste horrible.
I do my best to make sure that they taste berry.
Ah,
What kind of berry kind of depends on what I have to mix with them.
fair enough. Um, uh, how much a piece? Total?
12 draughts.
No, cost.
Oh,
Shillings.
I've been selling the draughts at 10 apiece, but outdoor prices is 5. I'm talking about crowns here, not shillings or pennies.
Yes. Um, what do you think, Oscar?
Meanwhile, the tourniquet pouches I've been selling for pennies. Soap goes for a couple pennies a bar. And the poultice goes for, if I recall correctly, outdoor prices be 7 shillings per.
Oh, Andre's a little more knowledgeable about pricing around here than I am. Um, Unfortunately, the player is having a difficult time.
So, out of character, whenever Jeffrey uses the word outdoor pricing, he's talking about price from book.
Yes, yes, yes. It's not so much that it's Thess is trying to avoid directly negotiating for pricing, um, because she she has supplies. She's more thinking what everyone else might need and might want to spend their coin on. Um, but like I said, Shiny is having a rough moment. So
Les, you
yes,
feeling
hi,
alright?
me.
I
It's been a rough day. I'm a little shaken up. I have some thinking to do.
Jeffrey's going to unlock the door. Talk to Tiffany. Not the big burly one, but the apprenticey one. She's got red locks. Tell her I said that you could have a couple cups of tea.
Tea. What kind?
Hot leaf
I'll
juice.
ask her. I'll ask her. Uh, Andre, Oscar.
Yes, by all means.
Would the two of you figure out the supply thing, please?
So, lads, what else? What else would you like?
Raw materials couldn't go amiss if you have anything in the way of either raw metal stock or anything that may be useful to an engineer. Fine metalwork, copper, brass, steel, iron, whatever you have.
Most of the metal I got is in the form of tea sets and plates and whatnot already.
Fair enough, doesn't hurt to ask.
And you, Sir Knight?
Sir Knight is having an issue.
Fair enough. We'll come
Yeah.
back to Sir Knight then.
Yeah, it that may need to be a conversation at a
Yeah,
later time.
unfortunately, I think we're gonna have to put a pin in this here due to well, I mean, it's also almost 12 o'clock.
Yes.
Yes.
This
and
is fair.
some of us have to work in 6 hours.
Now, for all intents and purposes, I'm not gonna make him speak. Andre has been lovely tonight. He's having a particular type of emergency for which he is not required to say anything, but he is played by the lovely and very talented Shiny Star, who is a hardcore Trixie fan. Now, I am Lucia Blick, your lovely Kislevite, who apparently is getting hit on by all the Empire boys. Apparently, my Kislevite bear shake brings all the boys to the yard. Next.
Okay. Mm, mm,
I'm not sorry.
Hi. Yeah. The very first thing I would like to do before doing my outro is to say a very heartfelt thank you to both Albion and Shiny Star for uh absolutely being the absolute winners in playing opposite me, playing a lizard going through a massive uh, combination of breakdown and sudden realization of a bunch of shit. Um, so you guys have been amazing. I could not ask for better people at a table for that. And after 40 years of doing this stuff live, that should carry some weight, I hope. Um, that being said, hi everyone. I've been Thesserau, human of Lustria, and drama gremlin tonight. It's been an honor and a pleasure, and this is Doodle saying good night, everyone. Next.
Yes, hello. This is Oscar, the man whose life is rapidly becoming more and more complicated, and he's really trying to wonder what everyone sees in him. Um, Once again, thank you so much to my fellow players, and especially a shout out to Doodle and Shiny, because beautiful roleplay tonight all round. It was great to bounce off you guys, and we will see you all in the future. On to the next one.
I am going to interrupt Rodland for just one moment and explain to you, Oscar, what everyone sees in you. The light of hope shines brightest in places where it is darkest. Anyway, Rodland.
Except he's got no hope for
He's got
himself.
that style. He's got pizzazz. He's probably even really good at jazz.
I am Rental Aphid, and I have been Rodlin, the party's wandering wizard scholar, and for this session, bookhound. And I would also like to thank the three of you for being able to listen to that lovely and very emotionally impactful roleplay.
Thank you. I'm really hoping I can get some decent sleep now.
Mm-hmm. And here's where normally our dear Shiny Star would be able to contribute. Unfortunately, he has been called away.
Moon, would you mind saying goodnight?
Yes. First, I'm just going to say, oh, did you already do Shiny Star? Yeah.
Yes.
Shiny Star, or Shiny Star, Andre, Bretonian Knight, the quest from the lady, rah rah. Yeah. Did Cletus sound off? He normally goes before I do.
Yeah. I was gonna say, isn't Cletus here? And then we have a guest star.
Yes, Cletus and guest star. Let's do you too.
Cletus, please. Lenza B. Okay, well, yep. Jeffrey, go ahead. Because Lens is not here at the moment.
This was Hiku Sakana playing Jeffrey Ketcherson, local apothecist.
I have been Moon. I am your friendly neighborhood rat lord. I thank you all for being here. I appreciate everyone who's been here, who's stayed from beginning to end. This has been a really good. Holy shit, a lot of role play. I regret not having popcorn and a glass of sparkling champagne or something, but anyway, you all have been wonderful players. Thank you for giving me the privilege of running for you all.
Absolutely fantastic as ever, Moon. And hey, if you are hanging around in the chat right now, we'll post in Fiora's Discord, but hop back on Sunday and you'll be able to see these chucklefucks playing video games together as these characters as well, which should be a laugh for everyone involved.
Now, we will be back next week. It is wonderful to see this many of you here. It is I am overwhelmed by the generosity also displayed by the various tippers tonight. Because I walked in here with $10 on that board, and I'm walking out of here with the possibility that we might actually make it this weekend, and that means that I might actually not be in financial straits all next month. But in the meantime, I would like to thank Furry One Solar, Ginger, and Adagio for throwing the tips in. I would like to welcome Lady Estradal and Minty, Miss Shilko to the Army of Fiora. I will hope I will see you guys tomorrow for Final Fantasy XIV. And Ginger, thank you for throwing out a gift sub, as well as Rotkiv, Punishik, Final Sight, and Bronze. Thank you guys for the hosts. We will see you all tomorrow. In the meantime, everybody say goodnight, players.
Good night,
Good night,
everyone.
Good night,
players.
players.
Good night. I'll see you all tomorrow.